Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's get it going on a Friday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. We're going to help you get towards the weekend and maybe make you some money along the way. Coming up, a great show lined up for you, starting with Thursday Night Football and some great playoff action in the majors as well. A Yankees rookie going off in the Boogie Down Bronx. We will preview the Week 5 games in the NFL, talk some college football. We've also got Double D's Degenerate Parlay. He's here after going to the Cubs game last night. We'll pick 6, and that's all coming up in the next 3 hours. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, it is a Friday. Good morning.
Hell yeah, it's a Friday. Thank God. Because I feel like this week has been kicking me in the shins. So I have gotten through the week, Jenks. Congratulations to both of us. We made it to Friday.
You all right? You won your bet yesterday. That was good. I'm spending it positively.
I've just been sick.
Oh, that's true. How you feeling?
A little better. Like, I'm still definitely not through the woods, but I'm on, like, the come up. That Navage, as much as it felt like waterboarding when I was doing it, I think it did something. So, it should be better in, like, a couple days. So I do feel better today.
Okay, that's good. I'm feeling good. I went out last night. Actually, not last night. Yesterday afternoon, watched a little baseball, had a couple drinks, came home, pet the cat. The lovely Catherine's out of town, so I'm waiting for her to get back today. I'm excited about that. But it was a good day. Our bets did well, and yours did great on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I had Christian McCaffrey because he was basically the only big name in the lineup for the Niners. I thought he would have a big day in the receiving game, and he did. The number was 53.5 for his receiving yards. He finished with 82. And this was one that I was like, oh my gosh, is this not going to hit? Because he had 30 in the very first drive of the game. And then had 44 for the longest time. I was like, oh my gosh, this is careening towards another bad beat. But luckily he got it, so that was nice.
Nice. I had a 2-leg parlay, if you can say that, on the Niners under 24 and a hook and Kyren Williams over 50 yards. So Kyren got more than 50, but the Niners with 26 points. That was a stunner. That whole game was a stunner. That was a loss. Had the Cubs on the first 5 money line against the Padres. That was a win. And the Donkster had the Cubs on the money line, a win as well. So for the week, look at this. Chelsea, a sterling 5-2-1. I'm 6-1-1. The Donkster is 3-1. And it is the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Lots to get to, so let's jump right in. Last night, the Niners stunning the Rams 26-23. The Niners getting 8.5 points. They're plus 350 on the money line. The overhits total set at 44 and a hook. The Niners were so shorthanded in this game. Brandon Ayuk out. Ricky Pearsall out. Juwan Jennings out. George Kittle out. And yet, it didn't matter because they turned to CMC.
Playing good football. It's been a 16-minute beatdown, and the pass is caught by McCaffrey for the touchdown.
That is Al Michaels on Amazon Prime. McCaffrey, 8 catches for 82 yards in the score. Rushes 22 times for 57 yards. Rams get a chance to put this game away in regulation. Kyren Williams fumbles at the Niners' 1-yard line, so the teams trade field goals instead. We go to overtime. Then in the extra session, Niners get another field goal. They lead by 3. The Rams get the ball back, and on a 4th and 1 from the San Francisco 11, the Rams go for it, and Williams gets stuffed. Game over. Sean McVay said after the game, Chelsea, he regretted that call almost immediately. He said, this was my fault.
Yeah, this is a tough one for the Rams because they did make some mistakes. They missed a field goal. They had a couple costly turnovers, including Kyren Williams fumbling. But at the end of the day, like, you have to give your flowers to the 49ers here. And I think it starts at the top. And we talked about this yesterday. Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the NFL. And to do what he did last night with that skeleton squad, he certainly deserves some credit. I will say the guys on the team deserve some credit as well for executing his plan. And look at Mac Jones last night. Like 33 of 49, 342 yards and a couple of touchdowns on the night. I will say that a lot of credit goes to Kyle Shanahan putting him in the correct position to succeed, because we've seen this with other quarterbacks in the Niners. Like, didn't they take Jimmy G to the Super Bowl? And look at Jimmy Garoppolo now. So I do think some of it is the system and the scripted plays that Kyle Shanahan drew up. But this was a character win. Kyle Shanahan said that after the game. Everybody likes to say next man up mentality, but this was the true embodiment of it.
Yeah. They were essentially a medical ward going into this game. I just could not make a case for San Francisco. So what a performance. And Mac Jones now, in 3 games as a starter in San Francisco, 3-0, 905 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick. When Brock Purdy is healthy, is there going to be a little bit of a controversy? I mean, Purdy's their guy. They paid him tens of millions of dollars. They're going to insert him into the lineup. But you can make a real case that they look better with Mac Jones.
I think for us in the media, this will be a talking point, but I'm not sure if it will be in-house. Because, think about it. Like, Brock Purdy had, 1 game to show what he had, and it did look like he was very, very rusty. And this is still a quarterback that led them to a Super Bowl and had an MVP-type season. Remember that season when everybody's like, well, look at the weapons around him, which was a true point, but still, he was the guy pulling the trigger, and he deserves credit for that. So I'm not sure if there is a quarterback controversy yet, but you can't be happier than what you've gotten from Mac Jones.
Oh, man, he's been really, really good. A credit to Kyle Shanahan and a credit to that team. They needed that dub, and they got it last night in a very difficult circumstance. Let's move to Major League Baseball now because, man, we saw, again, great action in the majors, and we start in New York. The Yankees blanking the Red Sox 4-0. The Yankees minus 155 on the money line. Total set at 8. The under hits. Scoreless in the 4th when the Yankees bats going to work.
On the ground, that's off the glove of the first baseman low. 1 run is in. Here comes Chisholm. 2 runs are in. And the New York Yankees now lead it 4-0.
Austin Wells getting it done there, but what a show by the Yankees rookie right-hander Cam Schlittler. Strikes out 12 batters over 8 shutout innings. His previous high was 7 strikeouts. Also reaches 100 miles on the gun. 100 miles an hour 11 times during this game. First Yankees pitcher ever to start with no runs, no walks, and 10 or more strikeouts. He was unbelievable, and he said he talked with former Yankees star Andy Pettitte before the game, and Pettitte told him, just get a good night's sleep. That's what you need. And you know what? It worked. He was brilliant.
What a game. I feel like this is the moment where they say, Cam Schlitter earned his pinstripes. Isn't that a saying with Yankees fans is you have to earn your pinstripes? Well, he certainly earned them here with an absolute gem of a game. And if you would have told me that Cam Schlitter got the longer leash as opposed to Max Fried in a playoff game, I would have told you were crazy. But this was the way that the Yankees shut the door on their bitter rivals. On the Red Sox side of things, you can't have 2 big errors and expect to win a game and also score 0 runs. So what a disappointing performance from the Sox in an elimination game. This one has to sting.
Aaron Boone said this about Schlittler after the game. A star is born tonight. He's a special kid. He expects this. Is this something we might see more of in the playoffs, like a young kid who has great stuff coming into his own, or is this one of those one-off memorable Yankees performance when you look back in a few years at their postseason history?
I don't know. I don't know if we'll see a bunch of young guys go 8 innings, shutout with 12 strikeouts. That's why it's such an anomaly. Because normally we'll see guys have big performances, but I mean, those are numbers that Garrett Crochet was posting.
Yeah.
So this is a huge, huge performance in the biggest of moments where the season could have ended. But I will say this, in the postseason, especially in baseball, we have a bunch of unlikely heroes. When it comes to the World Series, there are multiple times where we see a guy who's 60-1 win World Series MVP because he just has the timely hits. Normally, we don't see it from pitchers, but we do see it from position players. But Cam Schlitter, I did not expect this. What a game.
Yankees Blue Jays in the ALDS starting on Saturday. Toronto, the moneyline favorite in game 1 at minus 125. The Tigers, they did it. They beat the Guardians 6-3. The Tigers minus 105 on the money line. Total set at 7. The over hits. 1-1 game going into the 6th when the Tigers finally get something going.
Came over with Austin Hedges, Cal Quantrill, Gabriel Arias, Josh Naylor, among others. Here's a well-hit ball to left by Dingler, way back at the wall, and it is gone!
Dylan Dingler, his first homer of the postseason. That's a 4-run 7th for the Tigers as they send 10 batters to the plate. So despite that 15.5 game lead in the Central that they gave up, the Tigers find a way in the wild card. They move on to the ALDS against the Mariners. And I was doubting Detroit, and they certainly waited until the last minute, but here they are finally advancing.
Yeah, it took a lot. It took a Herculean effort and a lot of drama and theatrics against the Guardians. But at the end of the day, this is going to save a lot of bad narratives going into whatever postseason, whenever their postseason ends.
Yeah.
But I will say this, they're not going to get Slade Ciccone every single game in the postseason. The pitching rotations are just going to get tougher. The Mariners have a good rotation, so we'll see if this lasts for the Tigers, because the problem has been they just can't score runs. The good news is you can have Tariq Skubal for probably 2 of those 5 games next round, and you're certainly going to have a chance in those. But just because the Tigers score 6 runs in one game, in one instance, does not mean to me that their offense is cured.
No, I get that. And also, this is the Guardians. Do you know what I mean? So the Guardians were a team that, as we know, were sellers at the trade deadline. They shouldn't have been here in the first place. They were absolutely playing with house money. I'm surprised that the over hit again, too. I almost put some money on the under in this game, but that's kind of what we talked about going in, which was, okay, we've had 7 straight games where we've seen 7 runs or less, but do you really trust the starting pitching here? And that's what we saw yesterday. We couldn't trust the pitching overall.
Yeah, I will say Jack Flaherty was decent, at least for the numbers that he was putting up coming into the start. But again, you're facing a Guardians lineup that it just didn't feel sustainable for them to continue winning games because they had the lowest on-base percentage of any team since 1968. So again, you look at this pitching staff, and they're not going to be facing the worst lineup in the postseason coming up next. In fact, the Mariners have the best numbers when it comes to offense almost across the board of any team in the postseason.
Yeah, Tigers and Mariners tomorrow night in Seattle. Mariners a big minus 210 moneyline favorite in Seattle. So, nice job getting past the Guardians despite that collapse at the end of the season. But I'm not quite sure moving forward if I feel like Detroit's going to go on a run now, because Seattle is quite different than a Guardians team that didn't even think they were going to be here. Finally, last night in Chicago, what an atmosphere at Wrigley as the Cubs down the Padres 3-1. The Cubbies minus 115 on the money line. Total set at 7 and a hook. The under hits. Jamison Taillon, 4 shutout innings before the Cubs wrap things up with 4 different relievers. And then the crowd at Wrigley, including Double D, gets to see this in the 7th.
Through 2 games.
That's times the ball to deep right field. Michael Busch, goodbye!
All courtesy of ESPN. Busch going yard, giving Chicago that 3-1 advantage. The Cubs advance to the postseason for the first time since 2017 for a date with the Brewers. And, this was a tight game. We sort of expected that. It got really dicey in the 9th, where the Padres were threatening. There was a bad call at the plate on Xander Bogaerts, but still the Padres had guys on. Ultimately, though, the one thing that stood out to me was the atmosphere. I mean, if you can't get excited about watching the Cubs at Wrigley in a game like this, then you can't get excited about baseball. And same thing with the Yankees last night. It was really great to sort of see the fan engagement.
Yeah, I feel like there's only one venue in baseball where daytime baseball still feels really cool, and that is Wrigley. Just because the Cubs always have these daytime games. But back to this call, and the Padres being so butthurt over it. Okay, it's one call. You still have to score more than 1 run in 2 of 3 games in the wild card series. And this has been a problem, especially at the top of the lineup. I think Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr., 2 of 22 in this series, can't do that.
Yeah, but it's still a terrible call. When you finally start to... Yeah, I mean, overall, sure, their stars went quiet, but also when you see a call like that in a critical moment, it wasn't even close. It was an awful call in a huge spot for the Padres. So when you don't generate a lot of runs and you finally get a chance and then you get an out in the most critical spot in the series, that's why so many people were saying, I can't wait for ABS, because this was just a brutal call at a bad moment. The Cubs deserve to win, but also bad call.
Oh, absolutely. Like, we definitely need the automated strike zone, but you could go like tit for tat and be like, well, there were some bad calls at the plate that went in the favor of the Padres as opposed to the Cubs. But at the end of the day, like, it shouldn't rely on this. We need to go to the automated strike zone. But again, you have to score more runs. That's just the end of the game.
Well, yeah, but it also doesn't help when you take a pitch you should take, and then it's like, okay, that was a ball. You're calling it a strike. I mean, when you don't score runs, calls like that can absolutely be the difference between winning and losing. I don't think it was last night, but man, awful call. Cubs Brewers meet tomorrow in Milwaukee at 2:08. Coming up next, Week 5 is here in the NFL, and we've got an early preview. That is next on The Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Friday. Everybody's here. We got D-Day, Double D, Dylan, me, Chelsea, whole crew on a Friday. Welcome back. Coming up on the show, what we think about the early slate in the NFL this weekend and how the Ravens will fare without Lamar Jackson. You know what always makes me feel dumb is, well, a lot of things, but also when I'm asked to do some sort of really in the weeds X's and O's analysis. Like I was on a podcast earlier this week for the Commanders, and they asked me what I would do and what schemes I would run to fix the defense. And, you know, I can give some residual ideas, but I am not a defensive coordinator. And so I always feel like, oh, God, how am I going to answer this question? You know, I'd show cover 0 and then drop back into match coverage, guys. Probably stunt more up front. I mean, I know a little bit, but certainly, I mean, you can make different adjustments, and there's some macro things that you can see. But the more you learn about the game and the more you learn about the sport, particularly if you study football or study a particular sport, I mean, there's so much nuance there. That's when I feel like I'm kind of getting out of my comfort zone.
Right. And like, how much of that is in your job description? Like, I'm not sure what they ask you to do with the Commanders, but like at the end of the day, like I was not hired on this show to be a defensive coordinator. Like I'm not an X's and O's person. Right. I am a betting analyst. So that's why you see at the very top of the industry, the guys who are the analysts usually have either played the game or coached at a very high level because, you know, that's their wheelhouse and their resume dictates it. Because I feel like in this day and age, like we have a lot of people, especially on social media, who do things that they are not qualified for.
Correct.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's like, why is a contestant from The Bachelor giving me medical advice? Like, there's no background there.
Right.
Or the other day, like, this is one where maybe this is a little outline, but okay, so Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner's daughter was speaking to the United Nations. You're like, what? She's like 15.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what has she done to like validate this? And like, I need to look into it further. Maybe she did something cool. I don't know. But like in the surface, you're like, oh, it's because she's a celebrity's daughter. So it's just, we live in a world where it just feels like people don't care about these type of things anymore. Yeah. Like, I don't know if this is a skill that people didn't learn in school, but to me, you should speak on the topics that you are qualified to speak about.
For sure. And I don't mean to imply for a second that just because you didn't play a particular sport means you can't talk about it intelligently. You certainly can. But, you know, and I think you would agree with that. Absolutely. We do that on this show. And there are a lot of people who didn't play a particular sport. Like Mina Kimes, for example, I always use. Like, she's brilliant. She's so good at ESPN and knows so much about ball. Didn't play the sport, but it doesn't matter. She's intelligent and studied. But also, I know what you're talking about. Sometimes you think, why are you telling me about this, especially if it's medical advice?
That's the worst, and that's like dangerous. Like, it's one thing if Mad Dog Russo is spitting WNBA takes, like maybe they're uninformed, but at least they're not hurting someone.
Yeah, no, it's true. If Stephen A. Smith says, well, you've got an aneurysm, I'll be like, are you sure? Why are you telling me this? Let's go back to you ranting about the Cowboys or something. Well, the Cowboys are on the schedule this week. They're part of the early slate. So how about we talk some Week 5 football? Here we go. When the Minnesota Vikings took the field in London in October of 2025, the franchise had but a singular goal in mind: to enjoy the miming mastery of one Shedeur Sanders. Love to see Shedeur on a street corner, tip jar, miming. I'm in a box. All right, Chelsea, London game. Vikings-Browns. Vikings are laying 3.5. Vikings are minus 200. Browns are plus 165. Total is 36 and a hook. No, Shedeur will not start. That will be Dylan Gabriel instead. And I like the Vikings. I am fading Dylan Gabriel here.
I don't really trust Dylan Gabriel either, but what I do trust is the Browns defense. We got to talk about this Browns run defense for just a quick second, because they have been the best in the NFL by a considerable margin, averaging just 2.7 yards per carry given up to opposing rush offenses. The next best is the Bucs at 3.3. So, like, what that means to me is that the onus is going to be on Carson Wentz. And, like, that's not a great feeling to me. I will say the Vikings aren't afraid to sling it. We saw that last game. Carson Wentz went 30 of 46, 350 yards, 2 touchdowns, but also 2 interceptions. So I think there is a reason why this total is sitting at 36.5. Because, Jenks, that was my first thought was, okay, I don't really trust either of these quarterbacks, and I trust both of these defenses. But 36.5 is damn low. I think the way to play this one, it's not going to make the card for me, but I'm going to go passing attempts for Carson Wentz over 30.5 for even money. I do think the Vikings are going to have to throw the ball to get that offense going because you ain't running on the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, this feels like, I mean, I'm hoping based on the point spread, like a 17-10 game, Vikings win. It's going to be really ugly. I would still lean towards the under. Just because you talk about that Browns defense. I mean, look how good the Browns were when they played the Lions, right? You know, they can, or not the Lions. Who did they play that they beat up?
The Packers.
And Packers, that's who it was, where they just, you know, the Packers couldn't do anything after looking so dynamic on offense. So this week we get the Lions back on the turf and looking as good as ever. But yeah, the Browns are a team that they can shut you down, but they don't generate anything on offense. I mean, nothing. Like, even with Joe Flacco in there, they just don't move the ball. Like, they're averaging, less than 4 yards per play, and now you get a rookie going in there, going up against a Vikings defense. So when you have a Brian Flores defense going up against a rookie, I just feel like that's going to be a massive mismatch. As good as Cleveland is defensively, I feel like Minnesota can get points on the board where I don't know if the Browns can do it.
I don't know. I think the trouble is 3.5 points sounds like it's not a lot, but in a game where it totals 36.5,
yeah,
like, I don't love that either. Like, if you think it's going to be tight, it's going to be sweat.
Well, fortunately for us, there's plenty of games on the card, but I'm going to lean towards, I'm probably going to play this as part of our show parlay. I'm going to play Vikings -3. I feel like they can absolutely cover the 3 against the Browns because I just don't see Dylan Gabriel getting in the end zone, and that's why his touchdown prop is set at 0.5. So if you like the over, all he needs is a single score. Let's go to the 1 o'clock games, Chelsea, and we can start with, how about Raiders-Colts? Like, the Colts are laying 7. The Colts are -300 on the money line. Vegas is +240, and the total is 48. So the Colts, probably should have won last week against the Rams. Didn't get it done, but laying 7 against the Raiders, would you do that with Indy? You going to back the Colts now after this hot start?
I think 7 feels a little too rich for my blood, but I do think it's a perfect teaser leg because I do think the Colts get the job done. The Colts have proven to me that they're a pretty trustworthy team. And plus, I think this lines up pretty well for Jonathan Taylor. I was looking at his rush prop, and it's 90.5. So clearly odds makers are expecting a big game on the ground from Jonathan Taylor, and that makes the job for, Danny Dimes a lot easier. And he's been really good on his own. I'll give him credit. And the Raiders just look like a team that's lost right now. I think the only sabotage factor is we see games like this and we assume that they will go according to plan. But look at last night. The Rams were 8.5-point favorites. So I don't know. There is chaos brewing in the NFL the past couple of weeks. But if I had to lean, it would be the Colts laying 7.
I don't know. I think I would lean Raiders maybe. I can't wait to see Ashton Genty perform now that he's standing up like Michael Myers again. Honestly, that's really exciting that now he doesn't have to crouch because Chip Kelly was like, oh, you have to have your knees flexed. You have to. And he's like, dude, I've been doing this since high school. Just let me play my game. And no coincidence, he goes off last week. But, to your point, the Raiders defensive line, they have Max Crosby, but that's just about it. Like, they just don't really get a push. And so we could see Danny Dimes with a decent day. I want to see how Ashton Genty performs now. It doesn't sound like much, but mentally him able to stand up and play the way he's accustomed to playing, I think is huge for the Raiders because they don't generate a lot of offense anyway. I'm not going to play it, but I think I would lean Raiders plus the 7. Need to see a little bit more from the Colts, even though they have definitely been one of the surprise teams in the NFL. I'll tell you a game I like, which I can't believe I like this game. The Saints laying 2 against the Giants in New Orleans. The Saints are -130. The G-Men are +110. The total is 42. I think the Saints are favored in this game. Like, if you saw this line, wouldn't you be like, you've got to be kidding me, the Saints are favored? I think the Saints are going to win.
This reminds me of that Dolphins game. The Dolphins game against the Jets, where we said it to ourselves, the Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. Have you seen the Dolphins? So sometimes the books know, and this feels like a case of that. And I'll say this for the Saints. Like, they've been holding their own in some of these games against some decent teams. Like, maybe not against the Seahawks, but, like, they were competitive at least with the Bills. Were within 5 points of the Niners, 1 score of the Cardinals. So it's not a team that's as bad as maybe I expected, because I expected them to be the absolute bottom of the barrel. And that award goes to my Titans. So I do think this line is a little fishy, and I do think you lean towards the fishy line when it comes to NFL.
Yeah, I think so as well. I would take a look at the under, but the line is super fishy. And not only that, if you look at that Giants win against the Chargers, I think it's easy to sort of look at that and say they got Jackson Dart, they're a different offense. That's not really the case. He had that 1 rushing touchdown, but if you look at the box score, you look at the metrics there, that was all about the Giants' defensive front, putting pressure on Justin Herbert and making sure the Giants had short fields to work with on offense. And the Saints are due for a win. They're back at home, and also Malik Neighbors is out, so that is a huge loss for the Giants. I just don't know if this is a good spot for Jackson Dart in his second start, even though it is New Orleans, so I would lean the Saints here. How about the Cowboys and Jets in the Meadowlands? The Cowboys laying just 2.5. They're minus 150 on the money line. The New York Football Jets plus 125, and the total is 47 and a hook. I got to tell you, I like the Jets here on the money line. I think this is where the Jets get their first win for Aaron Glenn. Like, the Cowboys score a ton of points, but their secondary is so bad. Like, good on Dak Prescott for keeping Dallas in games, but as many points as the Cowboys can score, so can the Jets. And honestly, I expect the Jets to clean things up, because last week against Miami, they had, 13 penalties and 3 turnovers. They clean things up a little bit against this really bad Dallas defense. They can win this game outright. It's plus money. I'm going to be on the Jets.
I think I'm going to be on the over. I think both these teams can score, because we've seen that from the Cowboys offense. Even without CeeDee Lamb, Dak and company are scoring points. And I think it's going to be a great game for props as well. I think there are 2 guys you target in on. Simply from a matchup standpoint, you have to look at Garrett Wilson in this one, because the Cowboys defense is giving up the most receiving yards of any defense in the NFL. So Garrett Wilson's prop this week is 62.5. He has a relatively high floor, numbers of 82, 84, 50, and 95. And last game had 8 targets for 82. So I think Garrett Wilson is in for a big day. And so is George Pickens, coming off 134 yards against Green Bay. Over 70.5 is a play for him.
What's going to happen in Philly? Broncos and Eagles at the link. Philly's laying 3.5. They're minus 210 on the money line. Denver is plus 170, and the total is 43.5. Can the Broncos cover the 3.5? This is the one game I've gone back and forth on. I just can't figure out a side. I would maybe lean Broncos because of the hook. That defense is really good, and the Eagles aren't necessarily explosive on offense. Ask A.J. Brown. But I feel like Denver might be the play here. I just like other games on the board outside of this one.
Yeah, it was tough for me, because I said to myself the exact same thing when the Eagles played the Bucs. I was like, 3.5, the Bucs can keep it close. They did not cover the 3.5. But A.J. Brown's going to absolutely hate this game. Like, as much as he's been complaining, you're like, okay, he's got to get the targets this game, right? No, they're going against one of the best secondaries in the NFL, and Patrick Surtain, who is the reigning NFL defensive player of the year. So he is going to be extremely smothered and covered in this game. I just think this is a bad matchup. And I wonder if we're going to see more from Saquon Barkley in the rush game, because that has been a weird thing this year about the Eagles. You know, they have this great offensive line. Saquon is the best running back in the NFL, but the numbers just haven't been there for him. So we'll see if it's a get-right game for them, but matchup-wise, it is not an easy defensive assignment, or offensive assignment, I should say, going against this Broncos defense.
If you want to talk Dolphins, Panthers, knock yourself out. Ugh, no. Pass. We're going to pass. Texans, Ravens. Houston is laying a 1.5. They're minus 120 on the money line. Baltimore's even money, total at 40 and a hook. Obviously, no Lamar Jackson for 2 to 3 weeks for the Ravens. They're hoping to get him back in week 7. What's going to happen in this game? I would go with the under.
It does feel like both of these offenses kind of suck right now.
They do.
But if there's ever a get-right spot for the Texans, it's against this Ravens defense. So I do think C.J. Stroud is going to have an easier time against a decimated Ravens defense. And this number's pretty low, so maybe it's going to be a pass for me, but I think it's going to be a big Nico Collins game. I do think that props are always in play when you play the Ravens defense, who's bottom across the board in just about everything. So Nico Collins is a true number one receiver. I think you go with this prop. I think it's around 70.
I'd go with the under. Again, total is 40 and a hook. So if you're the Ravens, do you really want to toss the ball around? I would feed Derrick Henry. Only had 8 carries last week. Fewest carries that he's had since like 2018 or something like that. Let him wear down that Texans defense. And also, Houston, despite being 1-3, has allowed the fewest points in the National Football League. So I think we see one of those grinded out games in Charm City. Coming up next, if you don't like the early games on the schedule, we've got plenty to choose from in the afternoon. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Great to have you back on a Friday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for waking up with us. Coming up on the show, the Commanders get Jaden Daniels back at quarterback. How much will it matter against Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers? Harbaugh. Are you a big camper at all?
Mm-mm.
Do you camp? The only reason I ask this, you're like, where are you going with this? You're going from didn't Jim Harbaugh? No, I saw this. Was it last year where either a training camp, he was staying in a trailer, like in LA somewhere near the beach, and he was taking someone on a tour where he's like, I'm just sitting here in a trailer. This is where I stay. Very Jim Harbaugh. And I say this also because I got to stay away from these clickbait headlines. I saw this yesterday. I paid $300 to stay 2 nights in an Airstream trailer. I'll never do it again. And I was like, why? And so I clicked, and first of all, the complaint was it was cramped and noisy. Well, it's cramped. You're staying in a trailer. And also, this woman paid $300 via Airbnb, I think, to stay in an Airstream trailer in the middle of Vienna, Austria. Like in the middle of the city. I'm like, of course it was cramped and noisy. I thought, oh, it's a trailer. It's an Airstream trailer. You're going to, somewhere close to the great outdoors, fresh air. And like you got a camper or a trailer in the middle of the city and you're surprised that it's loud. I'm just like, what am I doing? Just keep scrolling.
We got to bring back Captain Obvious. Remember when that was a thing? It's like, no bleep, Captain Obvious. Because, that's the only good thing about staying in a trailer or, camping is that you are closer to nature in, some beautiful, picturesque setting.
Right.
Say in, Yosemite or something. That's the only way I would ever go camping. And I still don't want to because we live in the year 2025, and I want nice sheets and a nice, comfy bed, and I don't want to be cramped. Because, why would you do that? Why would you go back in time and, go back in advancements? I love the outdoors, but I want to sleep in a nice bed.
Right.
So people complain about the dumbest things.
I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? I set myself on fire, and it was too hot. I'll never do it again. It's like, well, yeah. Okay, I'm sure it was. If you're going to get something in the middle of the city, outdoors, of course, it's going to be loud. But then that triggered, Jim Harbaugh did this. But, of course, Harbaugh was like, oh, this is great. You got a little bed right here. Walk outside, get some fresh air. That's great. Football guy living in a trailer. That's why people love him. All right. Heather will be on the sideline this weekend for Chargers Commanders. We'll talk about that here in just a couple of minutes. But let's start with your Titans. How about that? Oh, woof. Titans and Cardinals, Chelsea. Zona, laying 7. They're minus 425 on the money line. Tennessee, plus 325. Total is 42. Are you laying 7 with the Cardinals? You know what I would do isn't this a perfect game to tease? You could tease the Cards down to 1 and put this in a teaser, right?
I don't think you need to tease it. Here's the problem with the Titans. They are so broken that I don't trust them in any way. And here's the thing. As bad as the Titans have been, they've also been on a historic run where they aren't covering numbers. Last year, they were the worst covering team in the NFL. So not only are they bad, they're bad for bettors as well. So do not touch the Titans with a 10-foot pole. I thought maybe last week against in a divisional game against a bad Texans offense that they had a shot. They didn't have a shot. And now you have Brian Callahan, saying things about Cam Ward. Saying he needs to choose his words better. He's a young guy that needs to know the weight of his words. Here's a message for you, Brian Callahan. If your team is 0-4 with the worst point differential in the NFL, your team is ass. Cam Ward was right. And at least he has some accountability.
Yeah, I would not chastise my quarterback for being upset that we're losing. The Titans are averaging 3.66 yards per play. That is historically bad. 3.66 yards per play. Stats don't always tell the story. It tells the story here. And also, if you look at the odds online, Brian Callahan, by far the favorite to be the first coach to get fired in the NFL. He's minus 275. I mean, you listen to talk radio, he's going to get canned, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a matter of time because they have the Patriots in week 6. And if you get your ass handed to you by Mike Vrabel, how's that going to look? It's going to look terrible for the organization. So if not before then, it's definitely going to be after then.
Bucks and Seahawks in Seattle, Chelsea. Seattle is laying 3.5. They're minus 185 on the money line. The Bucks are plus 150. The total is 44 and a hook. I'm always biased when it comes. I love Seattle. I've been to Seattle a couple times. I love that city. It's so cool. And I've been to that stadium. But I think the Bucks are the right side here. I'm just a big fan of Seattle and Sam Darnold's sort of reclamation project story. I think it's great when a guy who's has been counted out, sort of reinvents himself and has a success at this level, which he's doing right now. But the Bucks are really good. I feel like the market still doesn't respect them like they should. And also, the one thing the Bucks do really well is stop the run. That's one of the strengths of their team besides their offense. So if you're Seattle, you want to have a balanced attack, right? You want Sammy Darnold, you want Jackson Smith and Jigba to get it done through the air. You want Kenneth Walker on the ground. But the Bucks are going to force Seattle to throw a lot and stop that ground game. And I think if they make Seattle one-dimensional, they can hang with the Seahawks here. Also, Baker Mayfield as a dog in Tampa is 13-5 against the numbers. So I'm going to go Bucks plus 3.5.
I think this game handicap is how much you make of situational spots in the NFL. Because situationally, I feel like this is a really tough spot for the Bucks. Coming off a game that was very physical against the Eagles. And we've seen this in years past. When teams play a very physical team the week before, it's very tough for them to kind of recover in a week. Plus, you go all the way to Seattle. I think, and even from like a Sam Darnold standpoint, like, isn't this the like ultimate respect game? Because I feel like neither of these teams are really respected.
Yeah.
And I do think if there's any team who can still move the football even if the run is stopped, because you're right, the Bucks have the second best rush defense in the NFL according to yards per carry via their opponents. It's still Sam Darnold. Like, I still believe in him as a veteran quarterback who can move the ball. So I think odds makers may be onto something here. Like, the hook scares me a little bit, but situationally, this is not the best spot for the Bucks.
All right, then. So agree to disagree there. What do you think about Lions-Bengals? Oh, God. Oof. Detroit laying 10.5. Lions minus 600. Cincy is plus 425. The total is 49 and a hook. This line has moved from Lions minus 9.5. Not necessarily surprising. Are you going to lay 10.5 with the Lions? Because I might.
I think you could certainly make a good case for it, but more than that, I think I'm going to go with an over here. Because I do think, you can certainly count on the Lions to score at least 30 points. And plus, we've seen them keep their foot on the gas pedal. Like that game against the Bears, they put up a 52 spot. And I will say, from a Bengals standpoint, defensively, it's not going to be an easy matchup, but it should be easier than going against the Broncos, who have the absolute worst nightmare matchup you could have against your best weapons. Because for the Bengals, their best weapons are Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. But when you play the best secondary with the best, corner in the game, it's just a really tough matchup against the Broncos. So maybe the Bengals can at least contribute to the total here. It is pretty high at 49.5, but Jenks, I'm going to go with the over here.
I would lean Detroit. I don't like laying double-digit numbers, and also this is the Lions on the road. They're more effective on turf than they are on grass. But at the same time, the one thing the Lions do really well is they stop the run. So what does that mean? It means putting this game, if you're the Bengals, on the shoulders of Jake Browning. I don't feel good about that. Also, that Lions offense has been rolling. 52 points, 38 points, 34 points in their last 3 games. You could maybe look at a Lions team total because the Bengals don't stop anyone, but I would lean Detroit here if you're looking at a side. Here we go. Commanders at the Chargers. This line seems a little fishy. The Chargers only laying 2.5. They're minus 155 on the money line. The Commanders plus 130, and the total is 48. I think this is my least favorite game on the schedule. And I want to lean to the Commanders because they get Jaden Daniels back and he can cover up a lot of warts on offense. But really, the issue for the Commanders hasn't been their offense. It's been their defense. I think if you're Washington, A, they really need this game. But B, they have to take advantage of the Chargers' offensive line and how banged up they are. That's how the Giants won last week. Joe Alt out. Rashawn Slater out for the season. So if they give Justin Herbert time in the pocket like they gave Michael Penix Jr. time last week, it's going to be a long game. What they need to do is pressure the quarterback and envelop him like they did Geno Smith a couple of weeks ago. So I'm going to lean Commanders plus 2.5. This line seems short, and I think the Commanders get a boost from Jaden Daniels, but I like other games better than this one.
I think this is a tricky one because there are so many injuries with the Commanders and big ones. We know that Scary Terry has been on the injury report, and he is he out? Yeah, he's out. Terry McLaurin's not even playing this game. And then Deebo Samuel didn't practice for 2 days in a row, so you're closer to the situation than I am. Do you think he plays?
Deebo's going to play. But Terry is out, Noah Brown is out, and that's a real weak spot for the Commanders right now. Like, who's going to step up at receiver? They have Luke McCaffrey, they have Jalen Lane, like they have just some guys, a rookie in Lane, but they don't have, they're thin anyway, so you've got two of your top three guys out. They really lean on Deebo and creative play calling from Cliff Kingsbury. But you're right, it's absolutely a factor if you're handicapping this game.
Yeah. All right, Sunday night game. Can we talk about this one? Because I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's do it.
I think I like the Patriots getting 8 points on the road at the Bills. We know the Bills look like the best team in football, or at least according to odds makers, because they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. But Drake May has put on quite the show over the past couple of weeks, and we've seen Buffalo let bad teams hang around. We saw it with the Dolphins. That game was tied in the fourth quarter. The Saints scored more points than they should have. So I think the defensive flaws for Buffalo could be some problems for Buffalo here. I don't know if the Patriots went outright on the road at Buffalo. That is a very tough place to play, but I do think they can cover the 8.
Yeah, this was sitting at 8.5 earlier this week, so we're seeing some of that Patriots money come in. I'm with you here. 8 points in a divisional game. Also, the Patriots are showing some signs of life. I know they've only beaten the Dolphins and Raiders, but Drake May has looked really good this season. 7 touchdowns, 2 picks, and revenge game for Stephon Diggs. Pink powder for everyone. I'm with you. Patriots plus 8 feels like the right call there. Coming up next, we're going to drop down a level and see if Florida State can recover from that loss against Virginia and pull off the upset against the Canes. College football is coming up next. Hour 2 on the way here on the Daily Tip. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Jerry.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. It's a football Friday, but we'll pepper in some postseason baseball as well. Coming up in the next hour, we'll start with another great slate in college football with multiple must-see games. Miami and Florida State, that rivalry is back to maybe being good. Diego Pavia is once again running his mouth about Bama. Will Arch Manning reinsert himself in the Heisman competition? We'll talk about that. In the next segment, our first look at the divisional round in the MLB postseason. All the favorites advanced out of the wild card round. Is it more chalk this round than it's Parlay Central at 7:40? All coming up next in the next hour here on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I just saw this. Diego Pavia apparently is being mentored by Johnny Manziel, and it feels very fitting. Because when it comes to confidence, this is what we saw from Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel was absolutely electric when he played college football. He also had like the cool celebrations to go along with it. He'd like to troll people a little bit. But unfortunately, his demise came in the NFL and he wasn't super focused. So do you think this is a good thing? Because I'll say the quote is, learn from my mistakes, brother. Learn from Johnny. Don't be Johnny off the field.
I don't know. Do you really trust Johnny Manziel? I don't. Johnny Manziel didn't even study the playbook in college. Like, he's very famous for, he just went out there, which is how he played. When you watch Johnny Manziel play, he just ran around the field and made things happen. He didn't know the playbook at all. He just went out there and got it done, which is amazing to think about, but it's why he was such a force at the time, because he could do it all, and everything was off schedule, and he somehow made it all come together to help the Aggies win and then win the Heisman Trophy. Then he gets to the NFL and thinks he can do the same, and it's different. Like, I don't know if I necessarily buy Johnny Manziel saying, don't do what I did. He'd be like, hey, we've worked hard today. Good work. Let's find some strippers and coke. Like, I feel like that would be Johnny Manziel at the end of a workday.
But I feel like it should be relatable coming from Johnny, though. Because, like, he is somebody who lived this lifestyle that Diego Pavia is living to an extent. Like, Diego Pavia is not on the level of Johnny Manziel. Like, Johnny Manziel was having, like, Drake write songs about him. But I'll say this, Diego Pavia and, like, Theo Vaughn are, like, you know, scouting for ways to get, who is it? I just forgot her name. Who's the singer that they like? That does the great dances, but she's not that great of a singer?
Oh, God.
Tate McRae.
Oh, Tate McRae.
Tate
okay.
McRae. I don't know why I couldn't think of her name. I could think of her face on her body.
Me too.
But my point being is that I think mental picture. That's a nice one. But I do think it's more relatable when it comes from somebody that you know lived the lifestyle. It's almost like those preachers who had that like really checkered past. And you're like, oh, they did a complete 180. Like Jelly Roll is not a preacher, but he's like a country singer that had like this really bad past. So I think people can relate to those people who have had the mistakes and who have lived that lifestyle and they've turned their life around. Because I do think Johnny Manziel has turned things around. I'm pretty sure he doesn't drink anymore. I don't see him like actually partying.
Really?
So, have you followed him? I don't think he drinks.
Does he not? I don't know. Maybe that's just rumor. I hear he's at college bars all the time, hanging around. Didn't somebody tweet that? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Also, didn't he have that documentary where he talked about he didn't drink as much anymore and he had like a drink next to him? Like he had a beer sitting right there. Maybe it's true. Maybe he's got it all together, you know? And also, when I wear a bracelet that says WWJD, it's what would Jelly Roll do based on his history. You know, I take inspiration from him too.
I mean, Jelly Roll's a good public speaker. Like, I don't know if you've
Is
seen him
he?
at some of these award shows. There is a reason that people, like, follow him religiously. Like, the dude is huge, but my goodness, can he speak the hell out of, like, you know, some motivational speeches.
Yeah.
So Jelly Roll, shout out to him. His music's good, too. All right, so let's get to some of these college games because Diego Pavia is involved in one of the big ones this weekend. But if you are betting on football, you might as well do it over at BetMGM because they've got a nice little college football parlay boost token waiting for you. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. All right, Jenks, so let's start with that one. Number 18, Vanderbilt at number 10, Alabama. Alabama laying 10.5 points, total of 56.5. So here's the quote from Diego Pavia this week. If we play our game, this game is not going to be close. I need to remind him that Vanderbilt is 10.5 point underdogs. He thinks it's going to be a blowout in favor of Vandy, and this is kind of his style. But let me ask you, is 10.5 too many points to give Vanderbilt?
I think it is. I think it's way too many points. I'm going to be on Vandy, but I also feel like it might be a bit of a square play. I was listening to Sammy P talk about this on Bet Sweats, and he was saying he was talking to some odds makers out in Vegas, and they make this number like 14.5, much bigger, whatever the number is. So he expects money to come in on Alabama right before game time. That a lot of sharp action is going to hammer the Crimson Tide. But I don't know if I see it, honestly. I don't want to fade Vandy based on them winning last year, based on their offense. And I know when you look at their offense, you think it's just Diego Pavia. That's not the case. They are second in the country in offensive success rate. They're great at the line of scrimmage. It's a big offensive line. Clark Lee is a really good head coach. I think they're going to be motivated, and I just can't lay 10.5 with Bama, especially in what could be a bit of a letdown spot after winning at Georgia last week.
Yeah, it feels like 10.5 points is way too much to me. But again, I think I feel the exact same way that you do, is that sometimes when lines look too good to be true, they can be.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the game where Alabama puts everything together, because I will say this, Ty Simpson looked really good last game.
He's great.
And maybe if they continue down that road, and this is a home game for Alabama, and they're normally even better at home, maybe they do roll here. And I'll say this is the X factor for Vanderbilt that they've been talking about here locally, is that Vanderbilt, as good as they have been playing, they've been pretty sloppy. Like, they've averaged like 80-something yards per game when it comes to penalties, even against Utah State. You know, they were giving them first downs because they could not clean up the penalties. That's through 4 games. This is not the first game of the season. So I don't know if this is something that you clean up when you go on the road, because usually those type of things do not get better when you're away from home. And especially when you're playing a team like Alabama, it doesn't feel like you can give them any more possessions than they already get. So maybe that's a factor. I hope not, because I will certainly be rooting for the underdogs. I at least hope this game is close.
Yeah, I do too. I just want to see a great football game, and clearly I want the Commodores to keep it within the number. But I do think Vandy, based on last year, and even despite the penalties, I've seen enough from them to think that they can at least make this competitive with Bama.
Yeah, I think if I was leaning a direction, it would be the 10.5. All right, next up, let's go to this one, because it feels very parallel to me, because Florida State has a quarterback who also has a lot of confidence and talks a big game in Thomas Castellanos. So number 18, Florida State hosting number 3, Miami. Miami laying 4.5. And boy, Jenks, has that defense been outstanding this year, especially their run defense. And that's why I think it's going to be tough for Florida State to get things going. But 4.5 in a rivalry game, when the rivalry feels absolutely renewed, which way do you lean here?
I am going to lay the 4.5 with Miami. I like Miami a lot here. And the one thing I took away from watching that Virginia-Florida State game was that Florida State kind of got pushed around. Like, Virginia had their way with Florida State on both sides of the line of scrimmage, like right there where you would think Florida State would dominate. No, it was Virginia who was the more physical team, and that's a real problem against Miami, because Miami's strength is their defensive line. Like, this is the number 1 unit in the country in adjusted yards per play. And I just feel like Miami is playing complete football right now. There's always that possibility that Mario Cristobal will lose his mind and make some sort of terrible mistake or terrible call late in the game. But Miami is just too good. And Carson Wentz, I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's playing as well as anyone in the country. He's just behind, I believe, Dante Moore, 9-1 to win a Heisman Trophy. I like the Canes.
Does this total feel high to you? Like, I look at the final scores of Miami's games, and maybe you can expect a lot from their offense, but 54.5, I don't think Florida State's going to score that much because Miami has not given up more than 24 points in any game this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a big backer of that Miami defense. Like, the Miami D is really, really good, and they replaced a lot of guys in the secondary through the portal, but those guys have been good. So going in, that was one of the real question marks for the Hurricanes. Not a question mark now, so I know it's just one game sample size based on what we saw in Charlottesville, and that was a huge game for Virginia because they normally don't win games like that. I think it was their first win over a top 10 team in like 20 years. So they kind of went into an atmosphere where they were kind of set up to maybe suffer the loss, and they did. But ultimately, Miami is just next level. I'm a big fan of what I've seen from the Hurricanes so far, and I just don't think Florida State can keep up. So I don't know if I'd go over there. If I had to lean one way when you're looking at the total, I would definitely go under.
Yeah, it feels too high to me. I think that if you can stop the run against Florida State, that is a big deal because that's kind of one of the hallmarks of Gus Malzahn's offenses is that, you know, they do that option handoff to the quarterback where they just run the ball a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be tough sledding when you have a Miami defense that's giving up like 76 rush yards per game. Those are like NFL numbers. That's really good for college. All right, next up, Jenks. All right, let's talk about Texas. Feels like it's been a while since we've even talked about the Longhorns because I feel like everybody has pushed like Arch Manning off a cliff where they're like, we don't want to play with you anymore. We don't want to talk about you anymore. But Texas still remaining in the top 10. Number 9, Texas on the road at Florida this week and laying a mere 7 points, total of 41.5, a very low total there. But do you think your Longhorns can rebound against the Gators?
I do, and I'm trying to figure out what in the hell is going on with this number. Like, it was sitting at Texas minus 7.5 at one point, went to Texas minus 7, went to Texas minus 4.5 now. So we've seen a ton of money coming on Florida. I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I'm going to be on Texas, and I just don't know. Like, at some point, the line moves too much where there's value on the other side. So even if you like the Gators earlier, I think there's value on Texas now. I'll happily take them at minus 4.5. But this is going to be a defensive battle. So if you're looking at a total, definitely skew towards the under. Total set at 42 and a hook. Pretty low for a college game. But these are two of the best defenses in college football. Here's the thing. Florida has a ton of injuries on the defensive line. George Gums Jr., L.J. McCray, they're out indefinitely. Aaron Gates, their star cornerback, he is out for the year. He had surgery on his shoulder this week. So I know Texas has had issues offensively, like a lot of teams in the SEC, oddly enough. But Florida is so banged up, and the Texas defense is arguably the best in the country. And DJ Lagway, I don't trust him at all based on what we've seen from him this season. And I think there's a real possibility that the Gators could quit on Billy Napier. So I'm going to lay 4.5 with Texas.
I think the question that a lot of like casual fans and people who are not fans of Texas are wondering is, can we trust Arch Manning?
Yeah.
Like, did he get his mojo back? Because obviously that was an issue. And I think that Texas defense is good enough to where he doesn't have to be otherworldly. He doesn't have to put up Heisman numbers to win this game comfortably. But let me ask you as a Texas fan, do you trust Arch here?
I don't know. I think he got his mojo back against Sam Houston State, and I know the immediate response is, dude, it's Sam Houston State, and I understand that. But what you have to understand is, even in the previous games before that, against UTEP and against San Jose State, these are also bad teams, and Arch couldn't hit a wide-open guy in front of him. Like, he got booed off the field because he had, 10 straight incompletions at one point? So him gaining that confidence back, and we've heard reports, too, that this is happening in practice as well. He was really in his head. Going back to last season, he got a couple starts in SEC play and was really good. So the talent is there. We know that. He's done it in SEC play before. He just kind of got the yips, if you will, and got in his head. I think he's going to do more of a drive-the-car type performance against Florida. They're not going to ask him to be spectacular. They're going to rely on him. They're going to put him in smart situations and rely on Sark's play calling, and then let the defense do the rest. I think Arch can do enough here, and I think getting that confidence back against the Bearcats a couple weeks ago was huge for him.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it wasn't even matchup dependent. It was like he was missing throws where guys weren't even covered.
Yeah.
So, like, now that he's making those throws, it feels like the confidence is back and he's making those throws. It wasn't like the defense was in his face. He just had some type of a mental block. And if anybody can scheme up a good offensive game plan, I feel like Steve Sarkisian should get some credit here because he is an offensive guy.
I think that's exactly the case. And also, they get Trey Wisner back at running back this week. He's their number one guy. He hasn't played in the past few weeks. Emmett Mosley, the transfer from Stanford, he hasn't been playing because he's banged up, so he's going to get back in the lineup as well. Those are two huge offensive pieces for Texas as well.
Absolutely. Should be a great weekend in college football. Should be a great weekend in Major League Baseball as well. We get you ready for the divisional round in the postseason. It's coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. Back on a Friday. It is October 3rd here on the show. And the divisional round is officially set in Major League Baseball. And Jenks, Christmas has come early. We've got Dodgers and Phillies in this next round. Ohtani v. Christopher Sanchez in the first game. I cannot wait to talk about some of these games. But first, we were talking about this during the break. So last night I was in charge of snacks for my daughter's softball team. So I tried to do multiple snacks because snacks have come a long way since, a high C and orange slices. Like, people get really into it, and they make homemade cookies and all these things. So we normally do like a juice box of some sort and like 3 snacks. So last night I let Blake choose, which was probably not the smartest idea. So we did Famous Amos chocolate chip cookies, the little bite-sized ones that taste kind of like cardboard, but you still eat them. She did Teddy Grahams, and she did like fruit snacks. Like, she calls them yummy bunnies, but like they're fruit snacks essentially. And then we did apple juice because Blake is very picky when it comes to drinks. So let me ask you, build your dream snack bag roster.
Oh, gosh. I'm not a huge snacks person, but I would probably go some Gatorade. I like Fruit Punch Gatorade. Actually, I like Powerade better than Gatorade. I'm in the minority there. I think Powerade is so much better than Gatorade. I'll die on that hill. I would have a Kind bar as well. You know what Kind bars are? Like, they have a...
granola bars.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, and they're pretty good for you. I mean, relative, right? Like, they have a dark chocolate and sea salt Kind bar, which is really good. And then I treat myself like a small bag of chips or something. I've worked out. Why not? I deserve it.
That's pretty tame, Jenks.
Yeah.
Here's what I was expecting from you. An airplane bottle of alcohol, a pack of cigarettes, and maybe a can of dip. Like, that would be the Michael Jenkins parenting special.
Chelsea, that's during the game. That's during the game. That's how I perform at my peak. I'm like, let me take a drag and go out here and see if I can swing away. Maybe get myself a double or something.
Didn't you care to chime in here?
I can
what
tell that Jenks doesn't have kids because putting a Kind bar, while they are fantastic, and I would crush some Kind bars.
Yeah.
Putting nuts in the snack bag for kids with the allergies, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
For me,
you're going to send little Susie to the hospital.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you toughen her up. Like, you know what? You'll build a tolerance
system.
You'll build a tolerance here, Susie. You'll be all right. You'll thank me later. That's true. That's something I didn't think about.
That also wasn't the question, though. It was for Jenks. It was his personal preference. So, like, that's what he chose. I think for me, I do something.
Building it for the children.
Oh, no, this is for me personally.
No.
I would offer the kids cigarettes, is what I would do. Like, come over here. Let's talk about
some
the
of the wacky tobacco.
Yeah. The wacky
individual rolled joints that have their names on them because I'm a thoughtful parent.
Yeah, for me, I would go chips. Not a huge bag, but they have those like mini bags of chips that are pretty small, right? Like, it's a nice little pop of flavor. We're not going crazy. Kind bar and Powerade. That's pretty decent.
I think I'm with you on the Powerade thing. I think blue Powerade is the #1 elite flavor of sports drinks.
Oh,
like,
wow.
even more than any flavor of Gatorade. Blue Powerade is my favorite.
Okay. I'm not a big
So
blue...
I feel like you're...
No, I'm with you.
What's the flavor for you?
I always go, I'm very basic. I love the fruit flavor. Like, I like red. Just give me red. I'll drink just give me red. That's all I want. I want red, cherry. I don't like strawberry. I don't like watermelon. I like fruit punch or cherry flavored, whatever. Outside of that, I'll drink like an orange, whatever, an orange flavored, a blue flavor, whatever that is. I don't even know what it's called, but I generally stick with the color red.
Red v. blue. And funny you say that because we have Dodgers versus Phillies in the divisional round where we got to pick a side here. Are you team blue with the Dodgers who have been tearing the cover off the ball? Or do you go with the Phillies who have been kind of waiting around, but their pitching staff looks maybe a little bit deeper than what the Dodgers are throwing out right now? So the Phillies favored in game 1. They are home favorites -130, Dodgers +110. Total of 7.5 runs. Ohtani gets the ball for the Dodgers. 1-1 with a 2.87 ERA this year, and did throw against the Phillies this season, where he threw 5 shutout innings with 5 strikeouts. Then it's Christopher Sanchez, who's having an incredible season for the Phillies. 13-5 with a 2.50 ERA. Did face the Dodgers not too long ago, back on the 16th of September. Went 7 strong innings, allowing 4 earned runs. So Jenks, I think this is a game that falls in the category of games that I want to watch, but not necessarily games I have a strong betting feel for.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, this is going to be an absolute banger of a series. I cannot wait to watch this. I will say, if we're looking at betting this game, I cannot resist Shohei on the mound and getting the Dodgers at plus money. Like, when do you get the Dodgers? And also, look at it this way. I know you were discussing yesterday, which I think is a very fair point, where some of these teams who have been waiting in the wings, I don't know if that layoff is necessarily a good thing. I mean, of course, you can always say, well, they're well rested, but the Dodgers are playing so well right now. I know it was the Reds, but the Dodgers, remember, won 10 of 15 to end the regular season. They looked great against Cincinnati. Maybe some questions about their bullpen, but Roki Sasaki, I think they found something in him, moving him to the back end. So I'm going to be in the Dodgers here.
I think the Dodgers have a really good chance in the first game with Ohtani starting and with the momentum of playing that series against the Reds, because I tend to agree with you. And we've seen this with the Phillies before, where they have waited around and they've been the higher seed, and their bats just get rusty for some reason or another, because certainly on paper, they have an incredible lineup and they should hit a bunch of home runs. I will say what makes me nervous is the Dodgers bullpen, like you mentioned. So maybe you could go with the Dodgers in the first 5 innings, and that would also kind of go along with, you know, the theory that the Phillies are going to be a bit rusty. You're not going to get yourself quite as much plus money. It's minus 102 for the Dodgers in the first 5 innings, but I think that's a pretty solid play as well.
Yeah, I think so. And Shohei's been great. I know when he first came back into his dual role with the Dodgers, it kind of took him a while to kind of settle in a little bit, but that hasn't been the case over his last 4 or 5 starts. He's looked unbelievable, and certainly when you go into Philly, Phillies absolutely rake when playing at Citizens Bank Park, but Shohei has allowed 1 run over his last 4 starts. That includes 18 2/3 shutout innings. So, yeah, give me the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think that would be the play for me, especially when you get them at a very, very good price. All right, next up, let's go to Tigers Mariners quickly, because Mariners big favorites in this game, minus 210. Tigers plus 170. Jenks, have you seen who the Tigers are possibly starting in this game?
No.
Because here's the thing, if there was any, because they haven't announced it, at least from what I have seen, but if there is any way that Tariq Skubal is pitching in this game, there's no way that this line will remain Mariners minus 210, because I'll say this, the Tigers certainly always have a chance when Tariq Skubal is on the mound, but the problem is he just pitched a ton of pitches, over 100 pitches in game 1 of their first postseason series against the Guardians. So I don't know how far the depth chart goes for the Tigers, because when you are relying on Jack Flaherty for your entire season in game 3 of that wild card series, it makes me think that the rotation is not that deep. But this does feel like a very, I don't know, it feels like a price that maybe is a bit too high on the Mariners. Minus 210? Do you think the Mariners should be favored by that much?
I'm almost tempted to put a blind bet on the Tigers at plus money just because of the possibility that Skubal could go. I don't think he will, because he threw so many pitches. But then again, he is a competitor, which is one of the reasons why I love watching him, because he wants to pitch, and he wants to pitch deep into games. But if he goes, you talk about incredible value. I would think that would be built into the number here. I would think because of that possibility that Vegas would say, okay, we can't have plus 170 on the Tigers if Skubal goes, so we have to reduce the price here. So I feel like maybe they have an inclination that it's going to be someone else. Also, Jack Flaherty catching a lot of strays on this show over the past couple days. But I'm almost tempted to.
Give him credit.
I mean, yeah, he did. He did. He looked good. But overall, your point is well taken. But yeah, at plus 170, I'd put a sprinkle on Detroit. I don't necessarily believe in the Tigers, and I don't know if they really found something against the Guardians, because look, the Guardians had an amazing run to end the season, right? But they were doing it with smoke and mirrors. This is not, if you look at the roster, a great team, not a great hitting team. So now it's clearly a step up in competition, but if they have Skubal on the mound, it's going to be fascinating to watch how these prices switch like that.
Yeah, I would imagine they probably wait at least until game 2, so he at least has an extra day of rest. I was looking at the options for the Tigers, and like these are the guys you're going to be getting if you put your money on the Tigers. Cater Montero, which if you don't know the name, has a 4.37 ERA. How about Troy Melton? T as in Troy, if you see that meme with High School Musical, has a 3.05 ERA, which isn't terrible, but still, when you are facing this Mariners lineup who has the best numbers in all of Major League Baseball when it comes to offense, and they have the guy who's the hottest home run hitter in the majors, and Big Dumper and Cal Raleigh, especially at home, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm starting to see why this price is minus 210 in game 1. And I'll say this, the urgency isn't quite there as much in a 5-game series as it is in a 3-game series. So maybe the Tigers are just going to sit back and say, hey, we're going to start somebody else. And if we win this one, we're playing with house money. Let's go to the Yankees and the Blue Jays. Yankees coming off, I'm sure, a very emotional win over their rivals in the Red Sox last night. So on Saturday, they'll play on the road in Toronto. Blue Jays home favorites here, minus 125, total of 7.5 runs. We don't know the starters for either of these teams just yet. But what are your feelings on this series, Jenks? Do you have a leaning towards who might come away with the win here?
This is where recency bias comes in, because I kind of got caught up in, I don't like the Yankees. Let me just say that, okay? I don't like New York. But if you're just watching from a pure fan perspective, it was hard not to get caught up in watching Schlittler last night and how brilliant he was against the Red Sox, a rookie in a game that the Yankees had to have. And honestly, I think that win will do huge things for the Yankees confidence-wise, right? Because if they lose that series against the Red Sox, maybe Aaron Boone doesn't have a job. Like, they really needed that. The pressure was on them. And so the pressure is always going to be on the Yankees to some extent because they are the Yankees. But getting past the Red Sox in that spot and getting to this point, I think, is going to really help them and kind of, clear the air as far as some of that pressure is concerned. So the Yankees at plus 105, I don't know who they're going to go with here. Maybe Will Warren. I think he's one of the guys who is projected who could go on Saturday. But I feel like the Blue Jays are a little spotty here, and I like the Yankees at plus 105. But again, maybe it's because of what I saw last night.
I still don't know if I can trust the Blue Jays. And maybe you could say the same for the Yankees, but I think you're right. Sometimes the order of your postseason matchups is not necessarily like easiest to hardest. Sometimes you have really hard matchups in the first round. I think that was the case for the Yankees with like the emotional ties to playing your bitter rival. And I think like the same goes for like the Dodgers and the Phillies. The fact that is a divisional matchup, like in the NLDS as opposed to the NLCS, like, man, that's a tough one for both teams. Saying like, oh, you got to the next round, good luck. You have to face probably top 2 teams in the National League. So I think for the Yankees, there will be some momentum there. Maybe they can breathe a small sigh of relief. Because I'll say this, the Blue Jays are favored in game 1, but they are not favored in the series. Yankees, $1.50 favorites against the Blue Jays. And again, I think one of the storylines is the fact that Aaron Judge is actually hitting well this postseason. I understand he didn't get a hit last night, but 2 for 4 in each of the first 2 games, including that game against Garrett Crochet. And the pitching matchups should be easier. You're not going to be facing a Garrett Crochet in this series. So good news for the Yankees, because that game 1 matchup against the Red Sox, when it's Garrett Crochet followed by Aroldis Chapman, it's real tough to get any type of hits going against that 1-2 punch. So I think the Yankees certainly have a good chance to down the Blue Jays in the series. Not so sure about game 1. All right, Cubs-Brewers divisional matchup in the divisional round. Brewers minus 150 in game 1, total of 8 runs. Freddie Peralta gets the ball in game 1. For the Brew Crew, we don't know about the Cubs, and that's kind of been the theme, it feels like, for their pitching rotation. And Jenks, it feels like a red flag to me that you had to go to a bullpen game in game 2 of the wild card series. Like, usually this is something you don't have to do until like game 4 or 5 because you're out of options. But I feel like this is something that maybe catches up to the Cubs.
Yeah, they used 4 relievers yesterday. So I feel like that entire pitching staff is going to be a little worn out, and Milwaukee is rested, which I think here, when you talk about momentum always helps, but the Cubs have used so many arms, and they have to go up against Freddie Peralta. I mean, Freddie Peralta has been fantastic this season, and the Brewers have been great at home. So it's minus 150 for the Brewers on the money line, but I feel like because of the toll that series took on the Cubs as far as their arms are concerned, I think this is a good spot for Milwaukee in Game 1.
Yeah, and especially because it's not the friendly confines. We knew that Wrigley was absolutely rocking. You're not going to get that home field advantage in Milwaukee. Coming up next, it's Parlay Central. If you're looking for big plus money, we got you covered next segment. Stick with us here on the Daily Show, presented by BetMGM.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, the crew throws down some big money parlays. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Football Friday. And that also means we've been cooking up some big plus money parlays. We've got Double D's Degenerate College Football Parlay coming up. We've got our Squad Parlay coming up. Hopefully we win them both and we don't have to show up at work on Monday. Jenks, we do have the College Game Day Celebrity Picker.
Oh.
It's Theo Vaughn. And I like Theo Vaughn. I think he's really funny. But I want to ask you, because I feel like I have assumed that you have liked people and you have been very far in the opposite direction. Like,
Okay.
I like Pat McAfee, and I know you are not a Pat McAfee person.
I am not.
So let me ask you, without assuming, do you like Theo Vaughn?
I do like Theo Vaughn. I don't know a ton of his stuff, so full disclosure, but I have watched some stuff with him. I watch from time to time, I'll see clips from his podcast or whatever it is, his show each week, so I'm not too familiar with him. But yeah, I think he's interesting and funny.
Yeah, I think he's one of those people that it's like the way that he speaks is so funny. Because he has like
His
such
cadence.
a thick accent.
Yeah.
Right. And he's like so Louisiana that like people from Louisiana are like a different breed in general. But like his stories
Correct.
of like growing up, in Cajun Louisiana are just so funny. So I think he's going to be good. And plus he has this thing with like Diego Pavia where him and Diego Pavia are apparently boys. Theo Vaughn does live here in Nashville and he's always on the sidelines of these games. So I think he will be a great choice for College Game Day. But let me ask you, since you don't like Pat McAfee, do you watch College Game Day?
Oh, sure. I think Game Day is great. It's a tradition, but I feel like that ESPN is, they're shoehorning him into the role where they want him to be the new age Lee Corso, right? Like, here's the guy that does all the crazy stuff, even though Corso is just known for sort of the mascot heads. But to me, it's way over the top, at least for my taste. And it stands out where it feels forced to me. But Game Day is something that, no matter where they go, no matter who they have on, it's still must watch for me.
So then I'm going to assume that you don't love Dave Portnoy in the same role for Big Noon Kickoff.
You are correct. That is correct. I have certain standards by which I abide, and one of those is not watching anything that Dave Portnoy does. Correct.
Because I feel like it's almost, it's not the same brand of like demographic, but I feel like it's pretty close to Pat McAfee's demographic.
It's just not for me, and maybe it's age, but also a lot of it is, I don't want to get in the weeds with Portnoy, but if you look at his history, it's pretty checkered as far as if you're looking for someone who has a strong moral compass, which he does not. So that is something that does not resonate with me at all. And also, it's just not necessarily my style. Like, I appreciate humor and I appreciate, pushing boundaries. But when something gets so bombastic that it feels like attention seeking as opposed to something that sort of fits within the bigger piece of what I'm watching, then that's something that tends to turn me away. But also, it's not for me. So I understand that too.
Right. Yeah, like they're looking for a certain demographic.
Correct.
And listen, like Fox had to do something. Because, like, they're probably not competing with College Game Day anyway. But I think the difference between him and Pat McAfee is that Pat McAfee actually played in the NFL. And so he can do these, like, wild stunts, but he also gives very good football analysis. So I think, like, obviously he has the leg up for me over Dave Portnoy when it comes to that role. All right, let's get to some college football and get to David's Double D Degenerate Parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football D-Gen Parlay.
I am exhausted, but guess what? It's week 6, so let's give out some winning picks. I've got Iowa State on the money line at Cincinnati. Baylor -6.5 versus Kansas State. I took the under in Air Force versus Navy. Texas -5.5 at Florida. Vanderbilt +10.5 at Alabama. Virginia +6.5 at Louisville. Nebraska -11.5 versus Michigan State. Texas Tech -11.5 at Houston. Miami -4.5 at Florida State. Mississippi State +15.5 at Texas A&M. Kansas -4 at UCF. And Duke on the money line at Cal. I did use the BetMGM college football 50% odds boost My odds are 3,413 to 1. $5 pays me $17,069. Nice. And 46 cents. Let's go.
That's right. You should not be making any type of parlay without using the Odds Boost token available at BetMGM. Just click to activate your Odds Boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. So we'll be rooting for you, David. All right, now it's time to get to the squad ride and see what the squad is riding for in the squad parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
That's right. Step right up and try your hand at winning some big plus money. All right, so here's what we do. We have everybody on staff giving a leg for the squad parlay, and we hope and pray to the betting gods that it hits. We have hit one of these before, and I will say that every week to remind the people of that because we are living and basking in that glory still. So, Jenks, start us off here. What are you throwing in the squad parlay?
I'm going to London Town, and I'm playing the Vikings, who are sitting right now at 3.5 against the Browns, minus 3.5. I'm going to play them down to 3 at minus 140. So, look, we know Dylan Gabriel is getting the start for Cleveland. And yes, that Browns defense is very tough, and the Vikings have Carson Wentz. Still, even if you're not a Carson Wentz person, Carson Wentz versus Dylan Gabriel is still an advantage for the Vikings. And if you're Dylan Gabriel, you have to go against this Brian Flores defense in your first ever start. Also, we know the Browns defense is stout, and it comes down to Myles Garrett. He is the best defender by far on that defense, one of the best in the NFL. However, he's been banged up this week. He's probably going to go, but definitely not at full strength. I think yesterday was the first time he actually got on the practice field, so that could be a situation where the Cleveland defense takes a bit of a step back. So I just think this is a bad spot for Dylan Gabriel to get his first start in the NFL. So give me Vikings minus 3.
You said you're not a Carson Wentz person, but I was thinking, are there Carson Wentz people that still exist? Like, this reminds me of the people, like the girls in middle school, they're like, yeah, Joey Fatone is my favorite member of NSYNC. And you're like, what? So I don't know if Carson Wentz, like, stands still exist. But maybe they do, and I'd like to think of that. All right, next up is me. And so for me, I usually go with the props. And I think one of the best games on the board in the NFL for props this week is going to be the Jets and the Cowboys. We got a high total in this one at 47.5. I think the over is a solid play. But the play I'm using for the squad parlay is going to be Garrett Wilson over his receiving prop this week, over 62.5 receiving yards. Point blank, the Cowboys are giving up the most receiving yards of any team in the NFL. And Garrett Wilson has a pretty high floor to where he's had at least 8 targets per game. And the lowest amount he's had is 50 yards this season. So he's at 82, 84, 50, and 95. And last game, coming off a loss to the Dolphins, had 8 targets, 6 catches, and 82 yards. So we know Justin Fields likes throwing to him, and why would you not? Especially when the season's on the line. This is when you rely on your true number one receiver. So Garrett Wilson is the play for me. All right, Double D, which college football game are you choosing for the squad parlay?
I'm going back to what I loved last year, and that's people not believing in Vanderbilt. I still don't think there's a lot of love for Vanderbilt. I think they think they're better than they were last year, but I don't think they realize how good Vanderbilt is. I think Vanderbilt might have the best offensive line in the SEC. I think they go into Tuscaloosa and at least cover, if not win, this game against Alabama. Diego Pavia is that guy. He once again, you mentioned it earlier, harken back to Johnny Football.
All right. Next up, Dylan, I'm seeing your pick in the rundown, and I am dreading trying to pronounce this. So what is it? We know it's in UFC. That is your specialty. No. I need to at least hear you do it. So give us the play.
It's Yuri Prohaska on the money line versus Khalil Roundtree. This is just another, not a title eliminator, but somewhere up there. Both these guys lost to the guy that's fighting in the main event for the title. But I think Yuri Prohaska is just bigger, more physical. I think he's going to wear down Roundtree. It's only a 3-round fight, so he can kind of expend the gas tank a little more. When you have a guy that's that crafty and hard-hitting, and he can just use all his gas up, give me him on the money line. Minus 190 is not a bad price for him.
Nice.
All right, so those of you who are looking to find this in the app, just look for Roundtree and pick the other guy. All right, Den, you're next. Close us out here.
You want to give Yuri Prohaska a go, Chelsea? Me and Yuri go way back. Look at that.
I'll do it at the end.
I'm going to college. I'm going to take Texas Tech, laying 11.5 on the road against Houston. Baron Morton's going to be playing for Texas Tech. He's your starting quarterback. He's dealing with a neck injury over the past couple of weeks, but he's going to be good to go. Houston is a fine team in the Big 12, but Texas Tech is a great team in the Big 12. They pay a lot of money to be a great team in the Big 12, and I think they have a very strong performance this weekend, so I got them laying 11.5.
Ooh, get your guns up. All right, so here's the squad parlay. We have the Vikings laying 3. We have Garrett Wilson over 62.5 receiving yards. We got Vandy plus 10.5. We've got Yuri Prohaska. Look at that.
Wow.
On the money line against Khalil Roundtree. Hell yeah. Look at this Southern girl. And then Texas Tech laying 11.5 against Houston. Odds of 15 plus 15.87. $5 get you $84.36. So maybe not shooting for the moon, but Jenks, we got to win one of these. And again, so we don't have to live on the glory that is the one squad parlay that we've won in the history of this show.
I mean, we hit one. Why not another? I'm trying to figure out the weak link. Is it me? I'm always figuring like, maybe it's me.
You are the weakest link.
Am I? I am. I mean, do we trust Carson Wentz against this Browns defense? Am I the one that's going to lose this for us?
Well, the thing is, I don't know enough about Texas Tech or Khalil Roundtree and Yuri Prohaska. So it's just like there's only a few things for me to choose from to be the sabotage factor.
Fair. I mean, Dylan's crushed his UFC bets. I'm not worried about that at all.
Right. Like, we can't because he has been very good for us in the squad parlay. So we'll see. Hopefully it's not me. Hopefully Garrett Wilson does not lose this play by a mere half yard, because I will say this. That has been the case for a lot of my prop bets, losing by 1 yard. So Garrett Wilson, go way over this number. You're facing the Cowboys defense. It's a get-right spot for everybody's offense. You can do it, brother. You can do it. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show. We'll relive our biggest betting lessons from last night's Niners upset over the Rams and what we learned from the wild card round in Major League Baseball next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Time to get it going. The Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thank you for waking up with us. Always love having you along for the ride on this Friday. Coming up, we'll cover everything from Thursday night football to yesterday's playoff baseball action, including a brilliant performance from a Yankees rookie. Pick 6 coming your way in 20 minutes, our favorite plays on the gridiron. And then we wrap things up with a Donkster at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. We're doing that on X as well. And if you want to stream us, you can do so by going to BallySportsLive.com or downloading the Bally Sports Live app. Last night, out West, the Niners outlast the Rams in overtime, Chelsea, 26-23. The Niners getting 8.5 points. Niners plus 350, total set at 44 and a hook, the overhits. The Niners were so short-handed going into this game. No Brandon Ayuk, no Ricky Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings, no George Kittle, and yet they still have CMC.
Playing good football. Been a 16-minute beatdown. And the pass is caught by McCaffrey for the touchdown.
That is Al Michaels on Amazon Prime. Christian McCaffrey, 8 catches, 82 yards, and a score while rushing 22 times for 57 yards. The Rams did have a chance to put this game away in regulation, but Kyren Williams fumbles at the Niners 1. So the teams trade field goals instead. We go to overtime. The Niners get a field goal again, so they lead by 3. Rams get the ball back. It's a 4th and 1 from the San Francisco 11. Instead of tying it at 26, the Rams decide to go for it, and Williams gets stuffed. Game over. Chelsea, the Niners with a huge upset, and when it was over, Sean McVay immediately took the blame for that 4th and 1 call.
Yeah, that was a tough way to end it. But the Rams have nobody to blame but themselves. When you lose the football and have 2 fumbles lost and you miss a field goal, you can't do that against a team that is as well coached as the Niners. And going back to the Niners for a second, because they are the winners, and I do think that Kyle Shanahan absolutely deserves his flowers for this game. He came into here to this game with a very depleted roster, but the best coaches in the NFL make the most with the least. And that's exactly what Kyle Shanahan did here. Starting with the scripted drive that they started the game on, where they marched down the field and immediately put 6 points on the board. And Mac Jones, what a game from him. I do think Kyle Shanahan put him in a great position to succeed, but he was the guy pulling the strings, and he did a great job. 33 of 49, 342 yards through the air, and 2 touchdowns. So Mac Jones is making a comeback, folks. I don't know if he's going to usurp Brock Purdy in the pecking order, but he's exactly what the Niners needed last night.
Yeah, I think this is a good point you made earlier, which is the media, the damn media. You know, we'll make a big deal about, Mac Jones. And I will say, Mac Jones has looked really good in 3 starts for the Niners, right? He's 3-0. He's thrown for 905 yards, 6 touchdowns, only 1 pick. And so we'll say, should it be Mac Jones instead of Brock Purdy? But at the end of the day, the Niners put a massive investment into Brock Purdy. So once he's healthy and gets past that toe injury, he's going to be the starter again.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, he's led this team to a Super Bowl. But going back to Kyle Shanahan, you look at this game, and I think a lot of us were surprised by the result because, the line of this game was 8.5. But again, when you have a head coach that is such an offensive mind, we've seen him do great things with this offense, even with quarterbacks who are not generational. Because remember, didn't he take Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl? And nobody's looking at Jimmy Garoppolo and being like, he's the next Tom Brady, even though he is very good looking. And obviously he did come from the Tom Brady quarterback tree when he played in New England. But when you look at this game as well, you do need to give some credit to the players, because we hear this all the time in football where they say it's the next man up mentality. And I feel like sometimes that is empty. But even within this game, the Niners lost 2 defensive linemen to injuries, and it was next man up. This defense held their own until the very end. Limiting the Rams to only 23 points is a very fine job by a depleted Niners team. So the players deserve credit too.
Also, a massive win for Vegas. I read before the game, Vegas really needs a Niners cover, and a Niners win would be huge for the books. So they cleaned house yesterday because, remember, this number opened at Rams -7, went to Rams -8.5 by game time. So big win for the guys out in Sin City. What did we see yesterday in baseball? Man, the playoffs in the postseason in the majors have been fantastic. Let's begin in the Boogie Down, where the Yankees blanked the Red Sox 4-0. Yankees -155 on the money line. Total set at 8. The under hits. Scoreless in the 4th when the Pinstripes bats go to work.
On the ground, that's off the glove of the first baseman low. 1 run is in. Here comes Chisholm. 2 runs are in. And the New York Yankees now lead it 4-0.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Yankees on top 4-0, as you heard. And what a show by the rookie, Cam Schlittler. Strikes out 12 batters over 8 shutout innings. His previous strikeout high was 7. He reaches 100 miles an hour on the gun 11 times in this game. And he is the first Yankees pitcher in history with no runs, no walks, and 10 or more strikeouts. What a performance. Grew up in Boston, but says he always wanted to play for the Yankees. So this was a dream for him.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is a very impressive performance, even if it was a regular season game against the Marlins. The fact that you go 8 innings, 12 strikeouts, and no walks on any day of the week, that is a fantastic start. But to do this as a young guy in an elimination game against your bitter rivals, man, this guy has absolutely earned his pinstripes. I know that's the running joke about Yankees players, is that you have to earn your pinstripes. Well, Cam Schlitter absolutely earned his last night.
Yeah, he was just so good. And I love that he got advice from Andy Pettitte before the game, the Yankees great who has 19 postseason wins, which I believe is a major league record. And Pettitte said, hey, whatever you do, just get a good night's sleep. That's what you need to do. Sleep well. And it sounds really basic, but it's huge when you have so much pressure on you, because this was rookie versus rookie when you looked at the 2 starters in this game. So for him to come out, he was clearly rested and calm in this game. Aaron Boone said afterwards, a star is born tonight. He's a special kid. He expects this. Do you think we'll see more of this from Schlittler in the postseason? Or is this sort of like, all right, he had his moment, but he'll kind of revert to the mean here? It would be hard to replicate this on a regular basis.
Well, I mean, these type of numbers are hard to replicate even for the absolute aces in Major League Baseball. Like, I'm not expecting even Garrett Crochet and Tariq Skubal to put up these type of numbers throughout the postseason, just because, you know, it's such an outlier, especially when you go 8 innings. I am proud of Aaron Boone for letting him stay in the game, because I know people were mad in the first game about taking Max Fried maybe a little too early, but Aaron Boone standing firm here. And here's the other thing. Like, you talked about Andy Pettitte saying, hey, just get a good night's sleep. The fundamentals and the basics are still very important in the postseason, whether it's a good night's sleep or fundamentally sound baseball. You cannot commit 2 costly errors in the postseason and score 0 runs and expect to win a ball game. And the Red Sox had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah, also that play, that defensive play by Ryan McMahon in the 8th for the Yankees, where he runs over and catches the ball in foul territory, past the third baseline, flips into the Red Sox dugout. I mean, that was unbelievable. Yankees and Blue Jays begin their battle in the ALDS tomorrow. Yankees are the dogs in Game 1. Toronto, the moneyline favorite, at -125. Also yesterday, they finally got off the schneid. The Tigers win their series against the Guardians 6-3. Tigers -105 on the money line. Total set at 7. The over hits. We get a 1-1 game in the 6th when the Tigers finally get it going.
Came over with Austin Hedges, Cal Quantrill, Gabriel Arias, Josh Naylor, among others. Here's a well-hit ball to left by Dingler, way back at the wall, and it is gone!
Call courtesy of ESPN. Dylan Dingler with his first home run of the postseason. Then it is a 4-run 7 for the Tigers as they send 10 batters to the plate. So, Chelsea, here's Detroit. They gave up that 15.5 game lead in the AL Central. They squeeze into the playoffs, and they finally get by the Guardians. Are you a believer in Detroit now that they slayed the beast, so to speak?
I think it's definitely a huge mental hurdle for them getting past this series because it did look like the Guardians had their number. But waiting for them in the wings is the number one offense in all of baseball. And if this is a Tigers team that we have seen over the last few weeks, when it comes to their offense being very pedestrian, it is going to be tough sledding against a Mariners team that can absolutely rake and obviously feast on the long ball when you have Cal Raleigh in the lineup. I will say this, as long as Tariq Skubal is pitching, they're going to have a damn good chance at winning a lot of these games. So that means probably 2 games out of the next 5 that we will probably see Tariq Skubal in some way, shape, form, or fashion. It's just, I don't know if I believe in their offense. Like, yeah, they scored 6 runs yesterday, but it feels like the outlier when it comes to last month.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, they beat a weak Guardians team. And full credit to Cleveland. You know, that was a great run at the end of the season that they had. And, you know, nobody expected that to happen, right? Nobody expected that Tigers collapse. But still, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the Tigers just because they won this wild card series. I think they're way outclassed by Seattle. But if Skubal gets to start in game 1, which is still a possibility, right now the Tigers are plus 170. So if you like the Tigers and you think there's a chance that Skubal could pitch, that line will change in a hurry if he indeed gets the nod.
Yeah, but I feel like the odds makers know what they're doing.
They have to,
like,
right?
I don't think that they would put Tariq Skubal in that position because, you know, the urgency isn't quite as much when it comes to a 5-game series. So I think he will be on the mound for game 2. So I don't know who we get for game 1, but I will say this. If the Tigers can win game 1 with, you know, one of their lesser starters going, they're going to be playing with house money going into game 2 when Tariq Skubal is on the mound. And maybe the one thing going in the Tigers' favor is that the Mariners have had to sit around and wait. And we have seen this be a factor in the MLB postseason before, where even these teams with great offenses, it's tough for them to get going in the first couple games of the postseason because they've just been sitting around.
Well, if you're sitting around, at least they have the big dumper. He's got all that cushion. He can sit for days, weeks at a time. Not a big issue at all. Game 1, Tigers, Mariners tomorrow night in the Emerald City. Mariners, big money line favorites, minus 210 at BetMGM. Finally, I'm so jealous. Double D got to go to this game. Cubs over the Padres, 3-1 at Wrigley. The Cubs minus 115 on the money line. Total set at a low 7.5. The under hits. Jamison Taillon 4 shutout innings for the Cubbies before Chicago wraps things up with 4 different relievers. They've used a lot of arms in the past couple games. And then the crowd at Wrigley Field, including Double D, got to see this in the 7th.
2 games.
That's time to ball to deep right field. Michael Busch, goodbye.
That's from ESPN. Chicago on top for good, 3-1. The Cubs advance in the postseason for the first time since 2017 for a date with the Brew Crew. And man, what an atmosphere at Wrigley Field. This is playoff baseball.
Oh, absolutely. If there's any team that can sell me on daytime playoff baseball, it's the Cubs, because Wrigley Field is used to this because the Cubs play so many daytime games throughout the regular season. But as good of a story as the Cubs have been, you know, winning this series at home, it's going to be a little different, I think, in the next round when you're not at Wrigley starting that series off and you've already worn down so many of your pitching options. The fact that you had to go to a bullpen game in game 2 of the wild card series, I feel like it's not super sustainable for this Cubs rotation and bullpen to keep that going, you know, on to the next round.
Also, can we tip our cap to Dansby Swanson with his defense in the 5th inning of that game? I mean, my God, what a defensive showcase, particularly that double play where he steps on the bag and has to hurdle the runner and then get the out at first. We always focus on the bats and the pitching performance, but defense can be crucial, and we've discussed how just one play can turn a game. That performance in particular was massive. He was just a genius there at short.
Right, and that's why sometimes people are willing to overlook offensive struggles from Dansby Swanson because he is so damn good at playing shortstop. And that's what you kind of expect from those premium defensive positions like catcher, like shortstop, like center field. So he absolutely, was worth his weight in gold despite going 0 for 3 at the plate.
Yeah, you can still make an impact in the field. He certainly did that yesterday. Cubs and the Brewers meeting tomorrow. It's an early game in Milwaukee, 2:08. So we get college football and playoff baseball. Brewers, the money line favorite at -150 with Freddie Peralta on the mound. Coming up next year on the show, you know it, you love it, and it's back like we have it every Friday. We're going to head to the Gridiron and play Pick 6, our favorite picks that we like this weekend in college and the pros. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's the Friday morning good time edition, helping you get ready for the weekend. Double D. You know what I was thinking. Coming up on the show, it's finally here. The Doors look for the upset over the Crimson Tide. That's just one of the plays we're on when we pick six. Chelsea, I don't know if you saw this. I bet you did. Remember back in 2014 when 50 Cent threw out the first pitch of the Mets game? I mean, that was one of the worst first pitches you'll ever see, where he threw it and it went like almost shot straight to the side. It was awful. So a few years ago, he said, I should have kept my ass in the stands. That's how bad it was. But he made up for it this week at a Savannah Bananas game. So the Bananas were in Houston, and there was a whole production. It was actually pretty cool. So 50 is walking through the dugout onto the field, singing In the Club, of course, his classic hit. And then he gets right in the middle of the diamond. The Bananas are behind him, dancing in unison. And then when he finishes, he grabbed a ball and threw out another first pitch. It wasn't great, but it looped and kind of got over the plate, which was 10 times better than his previous pitch. So 50 made up for that debacle more than 10 years ago.
Well, I feel like it's easy to do when the bar is set so low. It's like, as long as you don't hit like the mascot or the camera person who's like 15 feet away from home plate, wow, that's actually pretty good. So it's nice to see that he is improved, because merely practicing, I don't know, maybe once, you should do better than that.
Also, I noticed you talk about marketing opportunity. I read this as well. The Bananas have debuted a new drink called the Branson Banana Blast with Branson Cognac. That's 50's Cognac. Now the official spirit of the Savannah Bananas. So it all comes together. Like now you're seeing behind the curtain, like, oh, now I see why this happened.
It's wild to me how famous the Savannah Bananas have gotten, though.
It's crazy.
Because like 50 Cent is an A-lister. Like a lot of people have heard of 50 Cent. And like there were days when the Savannah Bananas were like drawing less than like minor league baseball. You know, they were not being paid much. It was kind of a deal that, you know, nobody really believed in it at first. And now it feels like they are drawing bigger crowds than a lot of MLB stadiums. It's crazy.
Absolutely. It's wild how much they've been on the come up. And now, before we get to our pick six, you know, as much true crime as I watch, I'll watch just about anything. I don't know if I'm going to watch this. 50 has a new crime series on Fox Nation called 50 Ways to Catch a Killer. I think I'm going to probably... 50 Cent in the true crime game. Well, we got games to talk about because it's a Friday, so let's stack some dubs this weekend.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, I'm ready for this one. Texas, -4.5 at Florida. All of the money is coming in on the Gators. This opened at 7.5. I don't know what's going on. I got to tell you, I don't care. I do not care. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. Look at the Florida defensive line. George Gums Jr., L.J. McCray out indefinitely. Aaron Gates, their number one corner, had surgery on his shoulder early this week. He's done. I think people are fading Arch Manning, but he's not going to go crazy and toss 3 or 4 touchdown passes, but he got his confidence back against Sam Houston State. You can laugh at that. That is opponent agnostic. Also, huge for Texas this week. They get Trey Wisner back at running back. Quintravion Wisner back at running back. Also, Emmett Mosley, the transfer from Stanford, he's going to play, so Arch will have a couple more weapons. DJ Lagway has been so bad for Florida this season. That Texas defense is going to give him all sorts of trouble. And I think there's a real possibility this Gators team has quit on Billy Napier. Easy wading in the swamp. Is that an expression? It is now. Easy wading. You dip your toe in, couple inches deep, you get a dub, you go back to Austin. Texas -4.5 at the swamp.
It does feel like Texas needs a get-right spot to where they're back in the national conversation because, Jenks, we know you love talking about your Longhorns. If you want to watch it, Horns and Gators, taking the field 3:30 Eastern in the swamp.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, let's go to the NFL for me and go to the Sunday night football matchup between two AFC East rivals. I'm going to go with the Patriots getting 8.5 on the road at the Bills. I understand that the Bills look like probably the best football team in the NFL this year, but I feel like 8.5 points is too much, especially in a divisional matchup, and especially the way that this Patriots team has been playing. Even last year, when this was not a good Patriots team, they covered in each of those matchups against Buffalo, including a matchup where Buffalo was 14-point home favorites and the Bills only won by 3 points. So Buffalo, we've seen, has let worse teams kind of stick around. We saw it in the Saints game. We saw it in the Dolphins game. They didn't cover the number in either of those games, and I think we see more of the same. I think the Patriots are a dog with some bite here. Let's go Patriots plus 8.5.
Yeah, let's go. Way too many points. I'll be with you on that. It is a Sunday night game in Buffalo starting at 8:20 Eastern.
Pick six. Pick six.
Back to the college game we go. Vanderbilt. Oh, yeah, Vandy. Plus 10.5 at Bama. Is this a square play? It might be. Sammy P keeps saying that the sharps out of Vegas really like Bama. The number should be higher. I don't know if I agree. I'll go against those guys. I'm with our guy, Andrew Cayley from Covers.com, who was on the show this week, and he likes the Commodores as well. So do I. Diego Pavia, he might be cocky, but this guy, if you amputated his left arm, he'd go in with his right arm and still play the game. He is just so tough, and that Vanderbilt offensive line is definitely one of the best in the SEC. If you look at the numbers here, Vandy has the second best offensive success rate in the country. They are really good up front. Clark Lee, one of the better head coaches. He is one of the best head coaches in college football. The fact that he's revived the Commodores, and we're talking about them in this space after their win last year against Alabama. They know they can play against the Crimson Tide. And look, huge win last week for Alabama. Getting a win at night between the hedges. First time Georgia has lost a game since 2009 at night. So that was massive for the Crimson Tide. Ty Simpson was incredible in that game. But Vanderbilt knows they can play with Bama. They've got a quarterback who walks the walk and talks the talk. I think Vandy can absolutely keep this within double digits. I'd put a sprinkle on them on the money line. 10.5 is way too many points. Give me the doors.
It feels almost too obvious to me.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes me a little nervous. But here's the thing. If you watch this game and you don't bet on Vandy and it plays out exactly how you expected, you will be kicking yourself for not taking the 10.5 points. So I do think Vandy can keep it close there. If you want to watch it, it's the 3:30 Eastern kick in Tuscaloosa.
Pick six. Pick six.
Back to the NFL we go, and let's hope for a bunch of points in the Cowboys and Jets game. Let's go over 47.5 here. And this is what we've seen from the Cowboys all season long, is that their defense is not good, but Dak Prescott can absolutely sling it. And here's the other thing. Because Dak Prescott is throwing the ball so much, this is a team that is one of the fastest tempo teams in the NFL, ranking 7th in pace. Then you look at this Jets offense that should have a nice little get-right spot against the Cowboys defense that's giving up the most passing yards of any defense in the NFL. So I think it's going to be a great game for props. I think Garrett Wilson is a great look. I think George Pickens is a good look as well. I think we see a lot of points in this one. Let's go Cowboys-Jets over 47.5.
I like that, and I also kind of like the Jets on the money line here. I know that seems crazy, but at some point they're going to get a win for Aaron Glenn, and they were just so sloppy against the Dolphins. If they can clean that up a little bit, Chelsea, 3 turnovers in that game, 13 penalties. If they clean that up against this Dallas defense, which is so bad like you talked about, I think they can win outright. So it is a 1 o'clock Eastern start in the Meadowlands on Sunday.
Pick six. Pick six.
All college for this guy. Miami. Bienvenido a Miami. -4 and a hook. At Florida State. So here's the thing. Florida State may be a bounce back spot for these guys after losing in Charlottesville to Virginia. But the one thing that stood out to me in watching that game is that Florida State was really pushed around defensively. And I think that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem because Miami is so good in the trenches. And that Miami defensive line, this is arguably the best defensive line in the country. They are number one in the nation in adjusted yards per play, led by the spectacular Reuben Bain Jr. I don't know how Florida State is going to move the football against that Miami defensive front. Believe it or not, Miami looks like one of the most complete teams in the country, which is kind of weird to say when you talk about a Mario Cristobal team because it feels like at least once or twice a year he's going to make one of those head-scratching decisions that maybe costs his team the game. We haven't seen it thus far. And Carson Beck looks really, really good. You know, I wasn't a huge fan of him at Georgia, but he's been pretty fantastic in Miami, and right now he is the second favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at 9-1 behind Dante Moore. Miami is the more complete team here. I will take them in Tallahassee, so give me the Canes -4.5.
It's always a great thing when each side of the rivalry has some good things going in its favor. So when we have both teams in the top 25, no matter which side you pick, I'm thankful that both these teams are at least good because it's always a great thing when rivalries are renewed. Miami and Florida State is a good one. And for me personally, it brings up some demons because, Jenks, this was the game where I got absolutely trucked on national television. So let's hope that I don't relive those memories. But I will always remember Miami and Florida State for that reason. If you want to watch it, Showdown in the Sunshine State at 7:30 Eastern in Tallahassee.
Pick six.
There we go. All right, and finally for me, more points. At least that's what we are hoping between the Lions and the Bengals. So the total is pretty high at 49.5, but we've seen what this Lions offense can do. Even against a very good Cleveland defense, they still put up a 34 spot last week. So when you go against a Bengals defense that can't stop anybody, I am thinking that Detroit probably runs up the score, which we've seen them do that before as well, putting up a 52 spot on Chicago. And here's the thing about Cincinnati. Maybe they don't contribute much to this total here, but I do think this is at least a somewhat easier matchup than what they had last week against Denver. Because when your best weapons are number one receivers like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and you go against a Denver secondary that has the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain, who is like white on rice all over Jamar Chase, it's just not a good matchup. So it's not like I have, the most faith in Jake Browning, but I do think maybe they can at least contribute to the total here, especially in garbage time, which I do think this game probably gets out of hand. So we're going to go over 49.5 when it comes to the Lions and the Bengals.
Ooh, I am tempted to take the Lions. Well, it opened at Lions -9.5. Now they're sitting at 10.5. But man, that Lions defense is very adept at stopping the run. So when I think of Cincy being forced to throw the ball, and I see Jake Browning in the pocket, you know what I see? Interception, interception, interception. At least they're at home. But I would probably lay it with the Lions. I like the over as well. It is a 4:25 Eastern kickoff in Cincy on Sunday. Got a little time left here before we go to the Donkster and hand out our best bets. Is there a lean or two? There's a couple games in college that I'm still looking at that I might add to the card. Is there another game in the pros or in the college game that you like?
I was leaning towards Vanderbilt, and I was wondering if you were going to use it, because if you use it, I don't want to just be an echo chamber. But I do think I'm going to play that one personally. And plus, Vandy is the local team here in Nashville. And, God forbid, we got nothing to root for the Titans. So I'll be rooting for Vandy this weekend. I'm probably going to play some teasers because I do think there's some good teaser lines. The Colts in a teaser feels like a great play. Laying 7 against the Raiders, you tease it down. It is merely -1. I think that's a good one. And even if you don't believe in my Patriots pick, straight up getting 8.5, you can get them at 14.5 in a teaser. I think they can at least keep it within 14 points against the Bills.
Oh, I think so as well. Divisional matchup. Drake May has looked so good. And it's interesting to me, I think, because a couple years ago when the Commanders had the number 2 pick in the draft, the thought was, are they going to take Drake May? Are they going to take Jaden Daniels? Which guy is it going to be? And I think Jaden Daniels was absolutely the right call, but it looks like both of those guys are on their way to very good pro careers. And Caleb Williams, maybe he's going to step up as well because he's coming off one of his best games ever as a pro. So that's going to be fascinating to watch. But I also think that Mike Vrabel has done a really good job with the Patriots. They're still a work in progress, but you can definitely see improvement comes in fits and starts, and they're trending in the right direction.
Right, and here's, I think, the important point about Mike Vrabel coach teams is that he is one of those coaches in the NFL that can do the most with the least. Like, we saw this with Kyle Shanahan last night, and we saw this with Mike Vrabel the year that he won Coach of the Year. The Titans had the most injuries of any team in the NFL, but when you have a guy like that that's so good at rallying the troops, that's a guy that's going to be in competitive football games, it feels like, every day of the week, even against the best teams in the NFL.
I mean, he's no Brian Callahan, which is, thank God. Thank God. We're Titans fans, man. Vrabel doing well. Callahan, not so much. Coming up next on the show. We're ready for the weekend, but not before telling you our favorite plays on this Friday. Best bets, Donkster, coming your way here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and this is the Friday morning good time edition. We're going to finish strong thanks to Double D. Thanks for being with us throughout the week. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. We'll find out what the doctor is up to, I guess. Chelsea, what's going on this weekend there in Hendersonville, Tennessee, right outside of Nashville? I'm waiting for the lovely Catherine to return. She left yesterday on an overnight trip to Orlando. So her company, her law firm, is having a big get-together in Orlando here in a few weeks. So they sent her down there for a site visit because where they're having this gathering after they have this big conference is Gatorland, which is essentially an alligator theme park and wildlife preserve. So after this big conference, they always have, some place where everyone can socialize. And Gatorland is the place. So the lovely Catherine is very excited because she's going to check the place out, make sure it will work. She's going to hold some reptiles and get some pictures. And I was like, honey, knock yourself out. I am terrified of alligators and crocodiles, anything in that area. That's just not for me. But she loves that kind of stuff. So I'm glad she's enjoying it, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, let's just hope she doesn't lose a hand in the process. But you know what else is in Orlando? And I feel like this is a personality-driven question. Mm-hmm. Does she love Disney World as an adult?
She doesn't. She's,
That's the correct answer.
Yeah, she's... People who love Disney, they love Disney. They love Disney. It's like Disneyland every single time they're in the Orlando area. Me, I'm more of a... Isn't Orlando like the strip club capital or something like that? I don't know. I think I heard that
I think
once.
that's Tampa.
Is it
but you're
close.
close.
Trampa. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what I was thinking. But yeah, she's gonna... We got some friends down in Orlando, but she's down there and back. But she will not be visiting the Magic Kingdom. I don't think you're a Disney person either, right?
I am not.
Okay.
It's fine. It's just there's so many people, and honestly, it stressed me out more to take a vacation to Disney World as opposed to going to Europe with a 4-year-old daughter.
Oh, God.
That should tell you something. Europe, when we went to Paris and we didn't even speak the language, that was easier than getting on these trams and these shuttles and these big ships where you have to cross the water in Disney World. It's crazy. It is such a stressful experience for the parents.
Oh, God. I can't even imagine. I went to Disney World once as a kid, and it was fine. It was just fine. But it wasn't anything that blew my mind, and I was like, okay, I've done it. It's fine. I might go back as an adult and do the whole, Epcot thing, but it's not something I'm really yearning to do,
Well, especially, as an adult, you can go see the real thing. I don't want to go see,
true.
Switzerland at Epcot. I want to see the real thing. Because, those buildings were built, 50 years ago, when the ones in Europe were built in, the 1300s. I don't want to see replicas.
Well, no, I get that. You're not going to take Blake there just one time? Once?
She's been there. We went there when she was maybe 3, because she loved Minnie Mouse. That's the reason we went, because she was Minnie for 3 years for Halloween. So it felt like one of those things where we wanted to take her when she was still young enough to love that. So we have that checked off our list.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, been there, done that. Don't have to worry about it. So we get to listen to Bet Sweats instead. Don't have to worry about a vacation to Orlando. And the lovely Kathy used to work at the Smithsonian National Zoo here in D.C., and I believe she worked in the reptile area, with the reptiles, so she's really accustomed. I think that's right, reptiles? Yeah. So she's not scared at all, but no thanks for this guy. I will focus on our bets, which is why I'm looking forward to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P coming up next. But first, we got to tell you who is on the card this weekend. Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. It's been a good week for us, so let's keep it going into the weekend.
All right, best bet for me is going to be on Jets receiver Garrett Wilson. Going to go 60-plus receiving yards here for minus 127 because I am not going to be bitten by the hook again. But listen, Garrett Wilson has a dream matchup this weekend against the Cowboys, who we all know have been giving up a ton of points, but also they've given up the most receiving yards of any defense in the NFL. And plus, when you have a desperation spot for the Jets, you lean on your number one guys. You lean on the big names, and Garrett Wilson is that guy. Plus, it feels like he has a pretty high floor with at least 9 targets in every single game this year, or at least 8 targets, in every single game this year, with 82, 84, 50, and 95 receiving yards in 4 games this year. I think he's due for a big one. This is a great matchup, a high total in this game. So let's go Garrett Wilson, 60-plus receiving yards for minus 127.
Oh, man, that's such a good play. Your prop bets have been hitting at a pretty high clip, so I'll probably tell you on that one. I have 2 bets on the card, and I just talked about Texas laying 4.5 against Florida. If you want to call me a homer, fine. I'm a homer, so I won't go into the weeds like I did in the previous segment, except to say that Texas gets some serious weaponry back on offense with Quintravion Wisner back at running back. Emmett Mosley is ready to make his debut at receiver, and I feel like everyone's fading Arch Manning based on what we saw early in the season. I think he got over that mental block that he had against Sam Houston State when, I know he was stepping over a defender, but he was just trying to get his confidence back after all of the expectations that he has heard during the preseason in his head a little bit. And I just don't know if Florida's going to be able to move the football against his Texas defense. DJ Lagway just has regressed as a quarterback. Billy Napier says he's had a good week of practice. Okay, whatever. We haven't seen anything this season to make me think he can have his way against that Texas D. So I will gladly take Texas minus 4.5 against Florida, even though the money is coming in on the Gators. It's kind of hard to do, though, when you see the money coming in on one direction and you're going in the other, Chelsea.
Yeah, but it's still only Friday. Like, it's Friday morning. Like, this could change a couple times, before game time. And plus, I think a lot of it is like some people probably still don't believe in Arch Manning. But here's the thing. I think if Steve Sarkisian puts him in a good spot where you rely heavily on the defense and you don't ask him to do that much, I feel like they'll be fine here because that defense is still very, very good.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's really the key. And even though Florida is very good defensively, especially up front, they have a couple of injuries where 2 of their bigger bodies are out for the season. They're starting cornerback now out for the season because of a shoulder issue. So they're not as strong as they were maybe earlier in the year. Have one more play in the card. Cincinnati on the money line, just minus 120, hosting number 14 Iowa State. So this is one of those fishy lines, right? Why is Cincinnati laying 1.5 against the number 14 team in the country? That doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you why. This has to do with injuries, despite the fact that Iowa State is 5-0 overall and 2-0 in the conference. They just lost their top 2 cornerbacks, Jeremiah Cooper and Jontez Williams, out for the season. So when you look at the Cincinnati offense playing at home, Brendan Sorsby should be able to have success against that Cyclone secondary, and Cincinnati is one of the best teams in the country at finishing drives in the red zone. Also, on defense, they get back Dante Corleone on the defensive line. He is the one of the best defenders in the entire country in the trenches. So everything is trending towards Cincinnati. I think they can have success and upset Iowa State, which it wouldn't be an upset because Cincy is favored, but they shouldn't be, and that tells me that the Bearcats are the right side. So I am on Cincinnati.
Did you say Dante Corleone? I
Yep.
feel like that's a character in like a mob movie.
Exactly. Hope he plays like a mob boss on Saturday. That's what I need. Before we get to Sammy P, let's bring in the Donkster.
And the Lord said unto him, bring me a heifer.
Donkster, are you quoting a Bible verse? Is this an A.J. Brown impression?
No.
Well, then what does that mean? Bring me a heifer.
It means I like them in all shapes and sizes.
Oh, God. Okay. Do you have a bet?
I do. Saints, money line, minus 125 against the Giants.
Whew. I'm glad that's over. Oh, look who's here. Just in time to save the show. Sammy P. Sammy, good morning.
The irony of saying heifer and then picking the Saints is unmatched. It's very funny.
That's
All
the
right,
Donkster.
so-
He's, sharp guy. Real sharp guy. He put a lot of thought into that.
Yeah, right.
Now, here's the difficult part of me trying to change it to a football conversation. Okay, so I know you've spent some time in New England. How do you feel about the Patriots getting 8.5 this week against the Bills?
It feels like a big number, but I do this reverse survivor pool called Many Losers, where you have to pick a loser every week. And I do have the Patriots in that pool. So I don't think they're going to win, but I've been impressed with Drake May. I really have in the last month or so. They've gotten him to really take that next step under McDaniels. Are you thinking they're going to cover or win outright?
I think 8.5 is too much. I also think it's a good teaser leg. Because 14.5 in a teaser. Because that's the thing about Mike Vrabel coach teams is I feel like he will field competitive teams even against the best teams in the NFL. We saw that in Nashville when he was with the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills are winning the division. The Bills probably win the game. I don't know that I really, as I get closer to the weekend, I don't love laying 8.5. And I can tell you this, wise guys early in the week, they came into Vegas and bet the Patriots. Took the 10, took the 9.5, took the 9. So you have some wise support on your shoulder, Chelsea.
Well, Sammy P, let me ask you about this because I feel like based on what you were talking about earlier in the week that I might be on the wrong side here. I like Vandy plus the 10.5, but I know you were saying on Bet Sweats that the number out in Vegas is, they're willing to lay a lot more with Bama.
Yeah, one guy said he made the game 14, and another former bookmaker, here's the exact quote, "They're not giving you what you deserve on Vandy."
Interesting.
So, you hear that from people that know what they're doing, and you're like, oh, Alabama's going to kill them, aren't they? And you're like, Of course they are, because it's Vandy. They've also been thinking about this game all year, Jenks.
Yeah. Of course I'm on Vandy. Of course.
I saw Denton do this. Is Denton's on Bama, I take it?
Oh, yeah, he's all over Bama. And here I am, alone in a corner. Just right here.
Hey, that's where you need to be sometimes, Jenks. You know that.
I want to be in the corner on my own, just fighting everybody off. Sammy P, good to see you, buddy. Have a great show. Well, that's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That's right, Double D. I'm not alone. We're on the doors. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Didn't Day, Dylan Mitchell, and David Double D Dykstra, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll see you Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
No highlights? Well, it's not like anything happened yesterday. Welcome in. It's Bet Sweats on a football Friday. Joe O, Sammy P. Friday feels coming up in 20. It's not going to be positive. I can tell you that right damn now. It's not going to be a positive Friday feels. This was my concern. About that. Damn, we actually talked about this. Our college football plays later on this hour. NFL breakdown, the entire 10 a.m. Eastern hour. Patrick Everson will be joining us from Vegas. He'll be telling us as he talks to all the sports books where the sharp money is going, where the public money is going. So we'll get dialed in there. 2-minute drill. We'll find out where the room is at. The room sucked again last night. Congratulations, room. I can't say that I was happy, even though we faded them. Brian Robinson Jr., where you at? Blake Corum looked like a piece of crap out there the entire game. I was like, he better not return to the field. I don't think he did. It didn't matter because the Rams still lost. We'll cover it all. Baseball, of course, football. I think all of us on the show have something to be pissed about today, Sam.
I think we do. I'm going to save a lot of that for Friday Feels because after my whirlwind Wednesday, Thursday, I walk into my house yesterday. I'm supposed to be in a good mood. I'm finally home. Been up since 6 in the morning. I'm back in Boston at 8 p.m., and I mistakenly checked Twitter after the Cubs beat the Padres, and I almost launched the phone out the window. And it's only my fault because I shouldn't be.
It's your fault.
Shouldn't be taking things this seriously, but I'm running on empty already on Thursday nights. And you look at your phone and you see a tweet from a guy with 6 followers, and you're like, why is this breaking me right now? We'll talk about that in Friday Feels. I did not think the 49ers were going to win, nor did anybody, including the Rams. I was watching our friends Drew and Andy. They do this second half show during primetime games, and Drew Dinsick said, and I laughed, he said, I think the Rams were just watching the betting market all week and realizing they don't have to just walk into this game and win. Not the case. Now, a lot of things had to go against the Rams, including Kyren Williams fumbling at the 1-yard line.
Oh, my God.
Stop me if you've heard that before. Kyren Williams fumbling the football in a big moment. I did see the graphic on Amazon Prime while Tony Gonzalez was wearing one of the worst suits I've ever seen. Kyren Williams has 7 lost fumbles since 2023. And this one crushes people if you have Rams in Survivor, which I know is the elephant in the room here. How about the 49ers, though, being 3-0 in division games this year with guys I've never heard of catching the football? And with Mac Jones, a guy who couldn't cut it in New England, now rejuvenating his career under Kyle Shanahan. It's not the first time, and it's not the last time Kyle Shanahan will elevate a quarterback that used to be relatively mid into a quarterback that finds ways to win games. And he got hurt in the game, Joe. He's eating electrolyte candy and shoving bananas in his face and trying to just get the cramps out of the way. It was a resilient performance from a team that has no health on offense outside of Christian McCaffrey, who, again, was awesome. But you hinted at this yesterday. This is Goodell ball. These Thursday night primetime games, more times than not, they shouldn't be close, and then they're close. Mm-hmm. But the Niners were in total control basically the whole way, and it was a tough one if you were on Rams. I didn't think I had any chance covering Niners +6 going into that game, going into kickoff. But that's Goodell ball on Thursday night.
The chair was good to you. Yeah, Mac Jones was beat up, and he's throwing for 342 on this defense. You've got Kendrick Bourne looking like Jerry Rice, 10 for 142 on 11 targets. Almost every time he targeted him, he's coming up with a terrific catch. And then on the other side, I know the numbers were there in the end because it was like 10 for 85, but it felt like, where's Puka? Why isn't he involved more? And then you've got Sean McVay with the dumbest play call ever. Like, Staffy is killing it all night. He threw for almost 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And you mentioned those fumbles. Yes, at the one. Another touchdown, what should have been a touchdown drive. The Blake Corum fumble was just outside the red zone as well. That should have been another scoring drive. But this is what happens. I know it felt like the 49ers dominated. They didn't. They dominated the first half, the first quarter, but they didn't dominate the game. The Rams outgained them. The Rams had 7.1 yards per play. You can't lose that game. Can't lose that game, especially a divisional game, and you do. Like, they're missing all these pieces on the San Francisco side. You've got like wide receiver 4-5 killing your secondary all night. How does that happen? Turnover's a small part of it. I mean, they're +2 in turnover differential. You know everything's going through CMC, 30 touches in the game. Still pretty productive. Like, you know where it's going. And they still couldn't stop it. They all messed up, I'd say, except for Stafford. Everybody had a hand in that loss except for the quarterback. With that offensive line, how you're moving the ball through the air, ever since the first, let's say, quarter, how you had them on their heels, and the issues in the backfield. How do you call a run play on 4th and 1? Okay, we're going to go for it in overtime. We're going to try and win that. I applaud that. But not with that play call. I didn't understand what the hell McVay was doing.
Yeah, Stafford had 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and you take the ball out of his hands on 4th and 1. Now, I'm not going to sit here and second guess a coach who's won a Super Bowl because that's not my job. You know what I thought, though, when that play fell south and the Niners are parading onto the field celebrating another NFC West win? I thought, honestly, to myself, you know who gets that yard? The Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
the
a
Niners
fair
get that yard?
comment?
The Niners get that yard every time. They were all night. Mac Jones was sneaking it in those scenarios.
I just thought to myself, you know who gets that yard? Philly, because Philly brings in the jumbo package and runs the tush push and gets the yard. I didn't understand the play, but that's the NFL. I think you're right, though. McVay had the right idea to go for it on 4th and 1, because if you kick the field goal, you're probably not going to get the ball back, and odds are very, very high that you either tie or lose. So fundamentally, I get going for the 4th down. I didn't like the play call, and taking it out of Stafford's hands, I think, was a big issue. But let's give credit to Mac Jones, and every time he wins, I see the picture of him in college with the pooch and the cigar, and it's very funny. It makes me laugh. Mac Jones, in his 3 starts now, per Pro Football Focus, 904 passing yards, 8 touchdowns, 1 pick, 3 wins, no losses. He's done everything in his power to keep this team afloat.
Yeah. Couldn't get enough of Herbie salivating over Mac Jones, thinking about his college years the entire time, because everything goes back to college when he's calling Thursday Night Football for Amazon. You know, that annoyed me too. So we both have YouTube TV. We've got 2 big sporting events going on simultaneously, and we can't flip if you're on one TV. Like the room that I was in, it was a 1 TV deal, and I can't flip because of the stupid streaming service. Right? Because I can't, like earlier in the day when we had 2 baseball games going on, you could watch them at the same time if you want to go to that screen. But then you can't do that if you've got to pull up the Prime app. One of many issues today. We'll get to Friday Field coming up in a few minutes.
Yeah. No, but I'm glad you brought that up, because I was in a 1 TV room too last night when I got home, just trying to decompress and not think about work for 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And then got the baseball game on, because this is a, Red household now, apparently. And Schlittler was awesome, by the way, for the Yankees. Former Red Sox fan growing up. So I'm not in the office, I'm in the back watching Red Sox Yankees, and the Yankees are just pounding them. And I go, well, I kind of want to watch the second half of Thursday night. So I pull my phone out, because my laptop is charging in my office because it's dead, having been used all day. And I pull my phone out and I go on the app. And I hit the app thinking, oh, well, I'll watch on my phone while baseball's on the TV. Because I'm comfortable, I'm in the back, got the fire going, all that.
Yeah.
And it says, oh, you can't watch on Amazon, you have to download the Amazon Prime Video app. Kiss my ass. I'm not doing all this stuff. I'm like, no. Like, I have the Amazon app. Why can't I just watch the game on Amazon? I pay $119 a year for Amazon Prime.
Exactly.
Let me watch the game on the app that I already have. I need to download another app that I'm going to use twice a year on my phone? No. And now I'm not getting up because I'm comfy. I'm not going to get my computer to watch the game on the computer, which I eventually did anyways. But it is it is funny that in 2025, we're not able to push a button and flip from baseball to football, given all the technology and all the high octane connectivity we have to our devices and our sports. We still can't do it. And that's a good call by you.
Cubs, Tigers, Yankees all advanced yesterday in the baseballs. We'll break that down. The series prices, we have those for you with all four series that are going to start tomorrow, which is interesting. A couple teams get off Sunday, a couple teams get off Monday. We move on to the DS, but we've got to take a look back. Okay, we'll start with Cubs. I mean, there's also angles on this show because a lot of people were on Padres stuff. Cubs win by a score of 3-1. Under hits again in this series. I think all three games the under hit. I bet it every day. It was like a no doubter. You just need to get to 2-3 runs and you were good to go in this series. We felt that the Padres would have the pitching advantage and Darvish was pulled in the second inning. They did not have the pitching advantage yesterday. I'm not saying they won because of Tyon. They won because of the Cubs won because of their defense and because they got in a situation early on where they were able to tack on a couple of runs. And, Michael Busch hits a bomb later. I thought Paul was on it. I mean, it was like right size, wrong shape. Like he felt PCA was going to come through with a home run. He was going to have a big game. He did have a big game. All of his at-bats, he had 3 hits in the game. It's terrific game for him, a guy that's been really struggling to start the playoffs here. He just didn't hit the home run, but he came through. Cubs, it's 3-0. It was very dicey in the 9th inning. A couple of hit batsmen. They have to change pitchers. We're like, whoa, the Padres have life here. The Cubs eventually close it out and win 3-1.
And that'll be a very fun series looking forward when we talk about Cubs and Brewers. But as you said, let's hit rewind for a second. The Padres just couldn't get a big hit all series. Chris Massaro, who covers the team, tweeted this, I believe, in the 9th inning as San Diego was trying to climb back in and just rally late. Padres with runners in scoring position all series to this point, 4 for 21. Not going to cut it. And let's give the Cubs credit. Let me tip my cap. I know I lean into the anti-Cub bit a bit. It's an entertainment show. It's what it is. Like, am I tired of the stupid song and the flag? Yes, but the Cubs deserve to win the series. And I think defensively, which we also talked about, like follow baseball. No, we talked about their defense all week and how good they were up the middle, specifically short, second, and center. And I saw Barstool Chicago tweet out these 3 pictures. It was one of Swanson making a catch over his shoulder in the outfield. It was the snow cone grab, Nico Horner getting vertical at second base. And it's PCA in the first inning with that sliding catch. Again, couldn't watch the game because, why would the Wi-Fi on the train work on Amtrak? So I'm living it through our Ramley text thread. They won the series because of their defense and their bullpen, which the bullpen, if you go back to June and July, every sports radio host in Chicago is talking about how bad the bullpen is. The bullpen was awesome. Now, maybe great. That's a combination of the bullpen peaking and the Padres not being able to get a big hit. But the Cubs deserve to win the series, period.
I don't know, man. The bullpen's been strong the entire second half, and that was supposed to be a Padres advantage. It was a Cubs advantage. The Cubs had the better bullpen in the series. And to your point, Schultz was saying after the game, it's like, yeah, Swanson's glove killed us. He got us all series long with the glove. So the defense wins there. Detroit to start the day off. They got that 4-run 7th. Detroit wins. They started piling on late. 6-3, your winner, the Guardians, they were going to bullpen every inning. They ended up using 8 pitchers in that game over the course of 9 innings. Flaherty really struggles once you go second, third time through the order. But Tigers did enough. Congratulations. Paul's big on them. I can see it. I understand why you would like them with their path. And then last night, the Yankees shut out the Red Sox. How about that pitcher's duel that you end up getting between those two guys? Schlittler, And the rest of the Yanks, 13 strikeouts, 1 walk. And on the Red Sox side, their pitchers, 11 strikeout, 1 walk. Boston got in scoring position once all night.
Schlittler was unbelievable, throwing absolute smoke too. And we heard throughout the game about how he grew up a Red Sox fan, rooting for Papi and Pedroia and Chris Sale, and he gets to blank the team that he grew up rooting for. Can't win if you can't score, Joe. And the Red Sox did not score.
Friday feels coming up next. I think it's going to be a special one. We'll also go over the DS series prices on the other side, tell you our first thoughts there. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
She said it's all about the vibes on this show. Let me tell you about vibes. About 15 minutes before Thursday Night Football kicked off, Paul Aspen said, Joe, Rams are going to lose. Like, what are you talking? Where are you getting this? The response was vibes. And then I'm like, I hate vibes. It's so stupid. Like, what's he talking about? Is he just messing with me? I didn't know if you were serious or not. I'm like, all right. I didn't do any picks at that point. Like, I've been saying, these are the three teams I'm splitting it with. I'm going Rams. He's just trying to mess with my head. He's talking to people at Sluggers like about how certain pitches are fake pitches. Like, I don't know what's going on in Paul's life right now. And I just thought you were messing with me. I don't know if you were serious or not, but you ended up being correct and me being very wrong on that.
Yeah, I had a piece of the Rams in your pool as well. So, like, I didn't get off of it. But just I played Padres money line at 3-1, 7-1, and 15-1. And just because it was right there for them. And once it didn't come through, I was like, ooh. This is I just like I see Mac Jones in his like whatever fit that was that he was wearing walking in, and I just like I don't know. I started talking myself into Shanahan division game. This is probably going to be pretty close, but the Rams should have won. But once they came out and landed like 2 touchdowns on them, like in the first half, I was like, oh man, like this is what I thought it was going to be.
It's my fault. I'm mad because I know I'm not supposed to do Thursday Night Football. It's literally in the rules that I've gone over many times on this show. Not Thursday Night Football, not division matchups. Have I broken the division matchup rule? Yes, of course I have, because there are some, I think Baltimore-Cleveland, right? I think that was a game that we all picked, and that was an obvious survivor play. Like, that was a divisional matchup too, but I had both. It was both of things I tried to avoid. But in my mind, I said, look, second highest money line, second highest point spread of the week. It's fine. There's a reason. I trust the market more than anything. Like, I feel best about a lot of my plays when I watch the board on Sunday, a couple hours before the game, and you see it moving. There's usually a team or two that is getting smacked, right? And those come through most times. And I trusted the market. I'm not blaming the market. I'm blaming myself. But, yeah, I stuck with the Rams. And, you know, I think most people in a lot of pools, I think it's like around 30% that had the Rams last night. So you get carnage for this first time in week number 5. So that's pretty interesting. But the part that bothered me is one of the pool that I was in that had the fewest amount of people, which was like 130 people left. I did use the Rams. That's the one that bothers me. Like, losing 1 out of 3 in a lot of pools that I'm in, that's not a big deal. But what bothered me is like the ones that are like sub 200 using the Rams. Very frustrating, man. My Friday feels, guys, is this the week? Chalk's been coming through. We got the second highest favorite on the board losing outright last night. Is this the week? And I started thinking that after talking to the boys on WGR in Buffalo. Like, I was just like, so you wouldn't do Bills and Survivor, would you? They're like, nope, absolutely not. And that's a divisional matchup. That's the third highest point spread of the week at 8. Fourth highest point spread. I have some Arizona. I'm not comfortable with Arizona as a 7.5 point favorite. The fifth highest, Indy -7. Could I see a Raiders bounce back? Is Geno a better quarterback on the road? Typically, yeah. I think the lines are going to be fine. But, Sam, my Friday feels is this might be the first week of Survivor chaos where like 4 of the top 5 point spreads, all at a touchdown or higher, end up losing outright.
I'm almost positive in the last Survivor entry I have a piece of with the 108 guys, almost positive they're going to go Buffalo because Chirizi can't get enough of the all-white Tony Montana uniforms. I think that's really the only reason why he's leaning that way, but they don't want to do Arizona, I don't believe. And I told them last week, just let me give you my thoughts on Survivor so we don't pick that team. I'm really leaning into this now. Like, I'm awful at Survivor. I texted them on Wednesday, hear me out, ... Rams. Swear to God. So we didn't go Rams because I'm the bartender of Survivor, essentially. And that would have knocked us out. Again, if I had a Survivor entry, like if you gave me 4 or 5 lives, I would still be out. That's how bad it is. I can't do it. I either pick short favorites or teams that lose. It's a gift, honestly. And if you can go against that gift, you can maybe make a run in Survivor. So whoever I like in Survivor, don't pick them. And that's fine. We can do that. But I'm pretty sure that they're gonna ship Buffalo on Sunday night to win. I'm a little surprised that the Buffalo guys show up in the Bulldog on WGR. They're really nervous about an outright loss.
Yeah, they're a bit nervous, a little bit, and they're not trying to go over the top about it, but they're thinking, okay, this is the first real time, meaning the first real time Allen against May. It's going to be Allen against May for the next decade. I mean, you'll talk to him later today, but I think a prediction would be Bills. But as far as just, I need a team to win this week, are you going to go to Sunday Night Football and that divisional matchup? That's not where they would look. That's what it sounded like to me.
Fair enough. And we have discussed this game all week. When this number came out, the first number we saw on the look-ahead line was 11. Buffalo minus 11, obviously. And then when they reopened it, it was 9.5. And now we're sitting 8 pretty much everywhere. I do see some 7.5s. One at Circa, and the other one is at South Point. BetMGM has 8. I have a feeling most of the spread bets are going to be on Buffalo, but I guess we'll learn a little bit more about that when we do the room. Paul's going to give us the college football and the NFL room. I still think the Patriots are going to be a popular public play as we get closer to kickoff, but could be way wrong about that. It's funny, as I just said, I'm awful at Survivor. I would never have Arizona in Survivor. So watch them win by 2 touchdowns to lean into my inability to pick a Survivor winner. Detroit's not losing to Cincy, are they?
I don't think so. I think that's the one that's safe. And like after last night, I'm like, maybe I should just move everybody to Detroit right now. Let's just get through this week because that's the one I feel confident about. The other ones, I don't know. They're a little dicey. I think the Bills win too, but I just don't want to use the Bills. Yeah.
So if there is carnage, then what are you going to do?
It's like everybody loses?
Well, I mean, you kind of teed it up with, I have a bad feeling about the big favorites. So
yeah,
if we're going to wipe out the big favorites, then what?
I also don't feel, do you feel comfortable about Philadelphia at 3.5? Because after those big favorites, that's where you have to go. You go down to the 3.5s.
Nope.
Do you feel good about Minnesota with nobody on the offensive line? Going up against Cleveland, international game? I don't. I go that way.
Just say this out loud. I'm backing Carson Wentz in Survivor. Just say that
right,
out loud.
Right. Like the 3.5 suck. They're tough spots. Kansas City's another one if you haven't used them. Jacksonville.
Chiefs are winning, though.
Monday night. Yeah, I used them a lot last week.
It's really in that game, do you believe that Jacksonville can turn over Mahomes a bunch? Because they've been turning over a lot of quarterbacks. And let's give their DC a whole lot of credit. They've been very aggressive, but they've also changed coverages a ton. I've watched a lot of Jacksonville, and it's not the same defense every week. They've really done a good job of switching and baiting and catering it to the needs of their team that week. They're not doing the same thing every game. But I don't think Mahomes is going to throw 2 or 3 interceptions on Monday night. That's not what he does. So you're going to hear the music, da, 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 and you're really going to believe that Trevor Lawrence is going to beat Patrick Mahomes on Monday night?
No.
Not me. Not me.
Yeah. I still feel good about Detroit, and I think Arizona does win. And the Arizona thing is always dicey with Kyler Murray, but extra rest, the matchup, like there's no reason to trust anything that you've seen with the Titans so far. If we're wrong, we're wrong. Oh, I'm out in the losers pool too because I went San Francisco. I suck at those. I wasn't too worried about
very
that
good.
one. Yeah, you're good at the losers.
Very good
This
at
is
many
your
losers.
thing. This is good. You've realized this over the course of the year. All right, I've got a question on this Friday Feels Friday. There's a sports book that I had not used in Illinois. Actually, I didn't even realize they were here and operating until I started seeing the commercials everywhere over the last month or so, and I just never got around to signing up for it. I finally signed up for it yesterday. I'm like, okay, so what kind of promo bet do they have for your first wager? And I saw that what they offer is a first bet. They call it a first bet safety net. So you can bet something, your first bet up to $1,000. And if you're wrong, you get $1,000 in bonus bets. So it's basically like risk-free. Like when this was first going on, sports books were trying to accumulate customers. You had a lot of this going on, and much of this has gone away. So I thought it was pretty cool that said sportsbook is offering that. My thought was Dodgers World Series. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And worst case scenario, I get it back in bonus bet. Yeah.
I did that when Massachusetts was trying to acquire all these customers. I know you know the story, but we have new audience members every single day. I've always thought when you get that risk-free bet, you take a shot on a future. A lot of people would lay 8 points in an NFL game or 5 points in a basketball game at minus 110 and just see what happens. But if they're giving you the ability to free roll them, that's what you do. And that was the year that I bet the Heat. I can't remember the exact amount. It was either 1,500 or 2,000. You'd think I'd remember the details of everything, but I don't. Either 1,500 or 2,000. That was the first bet, risk-free. And I bet the Heat to win the East at plus 950. And that was the year Jimmy Butler and Caleb Martin, it just got hot at the right time. Tatum rolled his ankle in game 7 at home, and the Heat took care of business. But what I was explaining to the people on Nesson at the time was that you make this bet, and if it loses, you get it back. So what's the point of betting something at minus 110 when they're going to allow me to put this bet on something at plus 950? Your price right now, I don't know what it is at that specific book, but if it's similar at all to the price at BetMGM, you're going to get
about 4.
Like 4 to 1, right?
Yeah, it's right around there. Yeah, it's right around 4.
So I don't understand why you would. BetMGM down to 360 on the Dodgers now. All right. Dodgers, wow. Yankees, then Phillies. The Phillies haven't even played a game. The Phillies are now on line 3 after entering the postseason on line 1. That's kind of interesting. I know Paul is not believing in the Phils. I think you should do it. Did you do it? Are you going to do it? Are you hesitating?
I made the deposit, and I wanted to talk to you about it on the show before I did it, but that's the plan. I was like, I can do it today. All the markets will be back up in Major League Baseball as we wait for the playoffs to resume tomorrow. So, yeah, that was the plan, that I will do that on this one. Makes sense. Do I double that? So I have some risk, maybe. That's all. It also kind of goes through your head a little bit, but yeah, no. The threat is this series. That's it. The series number at BetMGM is Dodgers minus $1.20, minus 120. Philly even money. I don't know if it's been kind of a bit, but Paul's like, anybody but the Phillies. We know what the Dodgers are. And then the more and more I look at it on the Phillies side, and I understand why people would say, oh, look, it's basically a coin flip because of the great pitching, because of the star power that the Phillies have. They have the worst bullpen in the playoffs. They have the worst defense in the playoffs. I don't want to say there's no way, but of with price and everything involved, I like the Dodgers in the series a lot. What do you think?
Paul says Dodgers
Don't.
shove.
Oh, he said vibes. Good. Shove.
That's what he said. Also shove.
Why
shove
do they
is becoming
stink?
a very popular word on the show.
Because they stink. I don't know that they stink after, 96 wins this year?
It might be an over series, but like, give me the Dodgers in that sort of series. They're just going to keep coming.
You get Ohtani, Joe. Game 1.
Yep. That's right. That's right. Against Sanchez, pleasantly surprised with that price. I'll just say that. We'll continue to talk about this in our college football plays next. Joe O, Sammy P. BetSweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Notre Dame, minus 20.5. I don't think Boise's going to stop them. And if you just look at the lines, the O-line and the D-line, it's a legit mismatch. Boise is hitting that wall without Genty. They were very good last year, and they did a lot of things because they had an elite running back. That guy is no longer there to direct everything they do. Boise's in trouble.
Handful of numbers that we talked about yesterday on the show. Not available in college football. A lot of movement over the last 24 hours. We're going to go over some of that coming up. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. 20 minutes from now, we'll start breaking down all of the NFL games this weekend. 11 a.m. Eastern. Patrick Everson will be joining us. Find out where the sharp money is going, where the public is going this weekend, NFL and college football. Before we jump to the college, Sam, we want to quickly mention the series prices that we have for the DS. We mentioned Dodgers minus 120 against the Phillies. Game one matchup. We know it's Ohtani against Sanchez. Phillies coming off rest. Dodgers after a 2-game sweep over the Reds. Dodgers are a slight favorite over the Phillies. So this is probably the shortest number as a favorite you're going to find the Dodgers in their entire playoff run if they keep on moving. Also, National League side, Cubs Brewers. What do they do with that one? It was nearly even in the regular season. The Cubs won 7 times. The Brewers won 6 times. Very close in run differential. Brewers run away with the division. The Milwaukee Brewers, slight favorites. We know Peralta's going game one. No announcement on the Cubs side. Milwaukee minus 118. Cubs minus 102 on the other side. So, coin flips. Both National League series. Do you have a first thought on those two series, Sam?
Not really. I mean, the Cubs defense is so good, and they got nothing from a lot of their big bats for most of that series. You would think that Kyle Tucker and PCA and Ian Happ would have a better series in the next round. I mean, it's just the law of averages. I don't know that they could be that inefficient at the plate. And of course, you get a best of 5 in this round, not a best of 3. So more at bats and more opportunities to move the meter. I did, to follow up on what you said, I thought PCA was outstanding yesterday. And maybe that's good for some of the offensive rhythm because he was not good in the first 2 games. None of those guys were that good. But you saw some big knocks. Happ had a big hit yesterday, and PCA was very, very good as advertised. I do lean to the Cubs, ironically enough. No thoughts on Dodgers Phillies. I'll be rooting for the Dodgers if you're going to make that future bet. And Paul is adamant that the Phillies are cooked. So I just kind of join you guys on that one. I'm not going to bet it. I noticed some books don't have prices up on Seattle, Detroit, which I think is weird. I see the consensus price about minus 180, and then offshore it's minus 190 on Seattle. Doesn't that seem a little high? No?
Yeah, I saw MGM had minus $1.70 this morning and plus 140 on the other side. It did feel a little high. I understand. Look, I mean, people have been high on Seattle all year, especially after the trade deadline. They became the buzzy team that everybody was jumping on. And of course, haven't seen them yet, but it does feel a little bit high. I'm very curious how Detroit is going to work that rotation and their ace. Like, when are you going to come in with them? So how are you setting up for the rest of the series in a best of 5? Yeah, it is a little high. Would you say the same thing about the Yankees at 155? Toronto plus 130 at MGM. Tiebreakers, Toronto ends up taking the division, so they don't have to deal with the wild card, so they've got that rest. Now the Yankees come in. I look at these teams as being pretty darn close. Toronto won 8 out of 13 in the regular season, but overall, these two teams are pretty close. I mean, they had the exact same record. It came down to a tiebreaker at the very end. Minus 155, and you don't have home field. That seems like a lot to me as well.
I have Blue Jays stock. It's my last bullet. I hope the Blue Jays can win this series, and then I could maybe do something off of the bet that I made last week on Toronto. Wasn't my bet. It was a bet from somebody that I really respect. So I'm hopeful that Toronto can take care of business, but then you also, as somebody holding Toronto, think, Judge, got to get through Judge again. And I know he's just one player, but if there's one player to be scared of in the American League playoffs, to me, it's Aaron Judge. So I just have these premonitions of Toronto being up 3-2 in the 8th inning and Judge just hitting a ball to the hotel off the window in Toronto. Like that's where my mind goes. Lean to Toronto, but again, that's because I've already made a Toronto future bet that I was given last week. So I hope Toronto gets it done. The Seattle price, to go back there for a second, in game number 1 is minus 220. I think a lot of that is baked into the perception that Detroit can't hit. And I don't know that that's entirely fair. We've seen Seattle over the years go through some pretty strong slumps at the plate, and that team has definitely been a lot better this year, and they bolstered that lineup at the deadline, as we know, with Suarez and Naylor. I mean, Detroit, though, at plus 185 in game 1, and Detroit to win the series at plus 160. I don't know, Paul, you tell me. You got Tigers stock now. You need them to make a run. Does that number feel right? Seattle minus 190?
Seems a little high. I would, if I wasn't already invested, like I could get on board with buying Detroit at that price for sure. And I mean, look, you can only put so much into this. Like we talk about with Milwaukee, Seattle. I mean, the Twins. How many times do we see it where Seattle gets in and craps out immediately? I mean, it's not nothing. It's not scientific, but it's not nothing. But no, at that price, I would be interested in backing Detroit there.
What do you guys think about Cubs Milwaukee? I have a tough time getting past Milwaukee's history in the playoffs. And I know some of it, different players, different years, whatever. Last year, lost in the wild card. 2023, lost in the wild card. 2021, lost in the DS. Did not have to do the wild card that year. 2020, lost in the wild card. 2019, lost in the wild card. It's hard for me to get past that. The Cubs have the better bullpen. I think the Cubs have the better defense. No slouch on the Milwaukee side. I think the Cubs are going to win this series. I don't know. Where are you guys at?
What's the council factor do for you? Like is that a nothing? Is it like not like there's him as like the manager? They have the better manager, but like they poached him from up there basically.
Yep. Yeah, they did. I mean, they got a pretty good manager themselves. I don't know that there is a huge advantage. A lot of these teams have really good managers. I think in that situation that it probably balances out. But yeah, the game's up there. Boo! They hate him up there. They're so pissed.
But they don't like. It's gonna be.
We're not gonna pay him that. Yeah. They're trying to block the Chicago people from going up there. But good luck with that.
Right.
I love when they do that. When you go to Ticketmaster and they say enter your zip code.
Loser mentality.
You can't get through if you have a certain zip code. That is such coward behavior. But look,
Nashville
if we play into this,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's part of the game. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. If we were going to just pick the teams that we trusted more, or the franchises, I guess, organizations, whatever you want to call them, that we trust more, I think it's New York, Detroit, Los Angeles, Chicago. Pick the winner. Like, that's kind of what I would say. Like, just teams that we've trusted more over time. I don't know that it's fair to do that on an island, to say, all right, well, the Yankees have been better over the course of history. The Yankees are going to get through Toronto. That's obviously a very lazy take. But if we were going to do that and have that conversation, pick the team that you trust more. Pick the team that you believe in more. It'd be New York, Detroit, LA, Chicago. And I don't know that it's that simple, and I'm not pretending that it is, but that's how I would answer that question.
I did bet Scooble yesterday at 60 for World Series MVP. And then during the game, that was moving. I think it moves to 45 when Detroit was leading during the game. But that's something we'd have to do quickly. If you're want to take another look at the MVP prices for the World Series, this might be your last chance to get some really good numbers. Like I was looking at Muncy yesterday. He's 100. Teoscar Hernandez, he's 100. Guys that are in the heart of that Dodgers lineup. Just if you're thinking World Series MVP, you want to take a look. I would look top 4, top 5 guys in the lineup that you think are going to be in the World Series if you want to go that route.
Jake, where's Jake? We need Jake's thoughts.
Don't ask him about Merrill. I learned that.
Yeah, that was a mean text. I don't think that was totally warranted last night. Hurt my feelings just a little bit, but it's fine.
I was going through
can
a lot
get
of
there on the
emotions
Tigers.
as well. I was going through a lot of emotion just last night. And we never led. We never led on the Rams. It was not good. You can get there on the Tigers?
I just think that, like you said, the Mariners' history, they're playing scrimmages and they're running Ichiro out there in right field for these scrimmages. Like, they're kind of like, it's weird. I don't know. I feel like the Tigers, like, I trust AJ Hinch a ton. Like, I absolutely. And the Tigers kind of feel like they have just that look, like that it factor. I've been anti-Mariners for months. Went really well, but I can get there on the Tigers, especially at the price.
Here's an idea, Joe. Take that free bet you got. Yeah. Rather than Dodgers to win it all, how about a Teoscar Hernandez 60-1 shove World Series MVP?
Is it 60 now? Because I saw 100.
It's down. Yeah, I see 60.
Man, could you imagine?
I'd rather go with a different Hernandez on the Dodgers, but that's just me.
Right away. That would get flagged so fast by the trading team. They'd be like, "Oh, this guy knows what he's doing."
Yeah, you just take any Dodger, and you just go. Who would you go with?
I may have bet a little Kike Hernandez at 500-1.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard he's kind of a bad guy.
Great.
That's a compliment.
Chip on his shoulder.
It's a compliment. Yeah.
All right, we're going to break down the NFL card for week number 5. The rest of it, give you our thoughts for the next hour. Joe O, Sammy P, sides, totals, props, all of it. That is next. BetSweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
They chip it up. Saquon Barkley, they fool everyone. He walks in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Maybe that was why the play call was a little bit longer. It's like he was getting a few extra words out of his mouth.
Hicks, once hit, on the ground. Touchdown, Denver.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you on a Football Friday, and we're going to break down the NFL card for week number 5 and start to rifle through these games. Some of them we have a side, some totals, some a prop, have more props than I typically have. This week, it's a little challenging, but it's as we get into the season, Sam, I'm finding that it is a shorter list of sides that I really like. And I think that's a more comfortable place to be, where there's a few that I really like. And for contest purposes, maybe stretching a little bit, but okay, it's a little tougher to get to 4 and 5 sides. Do you find it to be the same right now?
I have not put any sides into our contest that we do. You and I do a bunch of contests where we have to pick several games. Had not done it yet, but I certainly have a couple that I like. We've talked about Kansas City on Monday night. I do like that side. Don't love 3.5 in the NFL, but it is what it is. I don't think we're going to get to 3. There is a 3 at circa minus 120, but most books, as you look at the screen, 3.5 minus 105. I would love to lay 3. I didn't check our contest line. Let me pull that up right now. I'm going to guess it's 3.5. In the Chicago contest we do. But the 2 that I have are both I hate this. They're both road favorites. Like, do I really want to lay Indy 6.5? No. Do I really want to lay Kansas City 3.5? Oh no, Indy's at home. Sorry. Indy 6.5 at home.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to get to 5 though this week, no doubt. Which means I'll go 4-1 because I hate it. When I like it, 2-3. When I hate it, 4-1.
What if you force in the Rams to start off the week? How do you feel? Sucks. I'll tell you.
You didn't lay the point though, did you?
Huh?
You didn't lay the points. You're talking for Survivor.
I just didn't in the contest. I don't care, whatever. I'm not going to win the contest.
What was the line? Like 7.5, 8?
Yeah. Yeah, I just did it because I'm like, I don't think I like a lot of sides. I might regret not pick. We got buys this week. I'm like, I might be looking for a game. So then I'm like, I'll just throw it in there. Yeah. No dice. I didn't bet it as far with actual dollars, only in the contest. All right, let's go Eagles, Broncos. Speaking of not liking 3.5, so we have a 3.5 here. There are some 4s on the board as well. Total is 43 in the hook. You got the Broncos, short week off Monday Night Football, but they didn't have to try their hardest to take care of Cincinnati on Monday night. And then you've got the Eagles. Game after game, we walk away and we say, how the hell did they win that game? We did it again at Tampa Bay. How the hell did they win that game? They did nothing in the second half. Jalen Hurts could not complete a pass. Did not complete a pass. In the game, they had 200 yards, Sam, but they still walk away victors, and they are 4-0 on the season. Do you have a play in Eagles-Broncos?
I do lean to Philly. And then I was watching a video this morning of our friends Kelly and Murray, and I'm in the room probably on this game with Philly. I think Philly's going to win and cover. And Murray quite literally says, this is pros against Joes. The pros are on the Broncos. I'm like, great, awesome. And then John, I do think this is a little like when people, and I love John Murray. He's one of my best friends on planet Earth. But I think this is a little overblown when people say things like, oh, well, this team should be 4-0. Well, they're not. They're 2-2.
The Broncos should be 4-0?
Well, they have a 1-point loss and a 3-point loss. That's what John said in the clip, which I understand, but they're not. So wise guys are betting Denver because Denver plays high into the power ratings, and Denver has been, I guess, a little unlucky. Remember, the Colts missed that kick, and then there was a flag. So the Colts got the re-kick and made that field goal. And then the Broncos were in control against the Chargers, but Herbert was spectacular in that second half, including that like backing up crossbody laser 40 yards down the field. So I understand
both games on the road. Yeah.
I understand that Denver maybe not could be 4-0, but I just feel like the Eagles are so disrespected right now. People have been betting against the Eagles basically every week, and they just keep finding ways to win. Now, the point spread is very low. I mean, the Eagles at home against Denver, I think 3.5 is cheap on Philly. But again, I'm probably in the room there on the Eagles.
Metric darlings on Denver, you're right. They are number 1 in the NFL in net yards per play. Number 1. Philadelphia is 30th with a 4-0 record. Like, the metrics are not very kind. And you understand why. Like, they're winning games without even sniffing 300 total yards. And you're thinking, how does this keep happening? Well, they have a 20-game winning streak when Hurts starts and finishes the game. So it is very difficult to go to the other side. I lean to Denver. I do. And you have an Eagles offense that is going through a lot of struggles week after week. I sit here and I'm like, okay, this might be the week where they explode. This might be the week where they go off. They look like the Eagles of last year. I'm not sure it's happening. It's probably going to be a slow progression with the new offensive coordinator. And is it going to happen against this Broncos defense? Probably not. A top 3, top 5 unit? No, I don't think that's going to be the case. The Eagles are number 1. Every time they got into the red zone, they've scored a touchdown. Is that going to continue? The Broncos defense has been the best in the NFL in the red zone. If you want to put anything into that, after 4 weeks, it's small sample, but I think that's really worth bringing up when you have somebody who is one extreme, one offense, number 1, and you've got a defense that's also number 1. So how does that going to end up balancing out? Saquon does not look like Saquon from last year. A.J. Brown, there's a problem there. And you think everything's good, everybody says the right things, and then after the game, he posts something on social media. Like, there's clearly some sort of a disconnect. Does that get resolved this week against this Broncos defense? I don't know. I do think the Eagles win. Doesn't this feel like a field goal game? And, of course, the number's 3.5, going to 4 at some places. I'll probably take Denver plus 4.
Yeah, I get it. I think it's cheap on Philly. I love Fangio against Knicks. So that's sort of where I'm at.
Fangio revenge game.
Also covering. Yes, it is, no doubt. Eagles 4-0 and 3-1 ATS. So they keep finding ways. It's not pretty. People don't like it, but I'll be on Philly for sure.
Okay, let's keep it moving. I know you like this game, and I get it. I'm there with you. How about Washington at the LA Chargers? We've got the Chargers now laying 3. That's gone up a little bit, probably because it came out that McLaurin and Noah Brown are definitely out for the Commanders offense. They didn't even wait until Friday. They already said that they're out on the injury report. So you've got the Chargers laying a field goal, total of 47. Chargers coming off the loss to the Giants. They got into the red zone once all game, Sam, at the Giants last week. All this noise about Dart. What about the struggles offensively for the Chargers? And then the Commanders, they were supposed to take care of business against the Falcons. They do not. They were without Jaden Daniels, though. Daniels is going to be back. McLaurin and Brown still out. Deebo Samuel was not practicing on Thursday. So you wonder which receivers Jaden Daniels is going to have to work with here. But your Chargers, a team that you like, is favored by a field goal. What do you think?
I do like the Chargers, but that has depreciated because their offensive line is just mangled right now. 2 of the guys are out. 2 more of the guys are hurt and probably going to play hurt. And I saw Nate Tice get out the other day. Justin Herbert, in the last 2 games, has been pressured on 50 of 95 dropbacks. That's not good, Joe. Mm-hmm. And it's not that the Commanders have this elite defense, but it's more, to me, it's the inability for the Chargers to keep the pressure at bay. So that's certainly something to pay attention to. I think the Giants have a much better defense up front, at least, than Commanders do. But Herbert in this role, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the short 3-point favorite. I like the Chargers more when they're a little undervalued, when they're a short dog, things like that. I'll be on the Commanders here. And I said on Tuesday I think Daniels is going to play. And clearly the market is sitting 2.5, 3. That tells you he's in. So I'll take my chances with a relatively healthy Jaden Daniels against the Chargers offense that is really searching for answers on that offensive line.
Yes. Yep. Great breakdown. You're right. Daniels is in. He's been practicing in full all week. There's no questions about that. The only question is, who is he going to have to work with? So you've got a mobile quarterback in Daniels going against this very strong Chargers defense. Maybe that gives them some issues a little bit here. I'm with you on Washington. Now we're getting 3. We were at 2.5 the other day, and I assume because of the receivers, we're getting 3. Probably a bargain. Alt, I assume he's going to be announced out today. He has not practiced all week, and boy, that O-line is beat up, man. Beat up. And
it's a problem.
Last week, the replacement for Alt, when he exited the game, was Austin Deculus. He allowed 6 pressures in a short period of time. Yeah, that's probably where this game is going to be lost there. I think the Commanders are live in this game, don't you?
I do, for sure. Also, when we talk about all these line issues, it makes me sort of, without even thinking about this coming into the game, or the segment for that matter, lean to an under. 47 is the total right now. And if there's one thing about Harbaugh, if he doesn't trust his offense in a given game, he goes ultra conservative. And the aggression dials back. He starts just trying to pin you deep and make you go 80, 85 yards. If the offense is working, he's all about it. This line is just breaking down inside the game, second quarter. The game plan will get ultra conservative, and he's going to try everything to win a low and slow game. That's how he's been. I'll never forget some of those early Michigan teams when he knew he didn't have an offense. He'd get to the 50 and just punt it. Just kind of make the defense win the day. So I wasn't really planning on it. I haven't bet it yet, but now I'm sort of warming to this idea. I see Chris is down to 46.5 on the total. It does make sense given the lack of production for the Chargers offensive line and the lack of healthy weapons for Washington's offense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a pretty good look and a pretty high number there at 47. What about the Titans at the Cardinals? The Cardinals are laying more than a touchdown. Arizona minus 7.5 against the winless Titans. Now, the Arizona Cardinals have a little extra rest. Maybe last Thursday, what we saw in a loss against Seattle, an excellent defense, coming to life with Marvin Harrison Jr. Maybe he got that touchdown late in that game. Everything's going to Harrison and McBride in this one. And then on the Titans side, Cam Ward, a lot of frustration there. We know the Titans rarely cover. They've covered twice out of their last 17 games. He called out the team, and Callahan didn't like that. He talked about how he needs to be professional, all this stuff. So, yeah, he doesn't like that. He's even putting more heat on the head coach. 7.5. Cardinals are your favorite. They're popular in Survivor, but what about side or total, which is 42?
I did Tennessee last week. They didn't score a point. To keep it a buck, not really interested, man. I'm not.
Yes.
I should be. I don't want to say I can't do it. I won't do it.
Latham's not practicing again. Now Calvin Ridley's not practicing. I don't know what Cam Ward's going to do. I'm not like, look, this Cardinals defense isn't awesome. They're good against the run, but Ward hasn't been able to do anything offensively. It doesn't matter the opponent. And I know he's had tough defenses that he's gone against. But like the Titans are in that game last week, and then the defense just falls apart in the fourth quarter. The Texans have a terrible offense. 3 straight touchdown drives. Let him go right down the field. So it feels like at some point it just all breaks, whether it's on defense or offense. And again, Titans didn't score a point, like you mentioned. I don't know how you back them. I'm not going to be betting the game. I'm going to have Arizona in Survivor. A lot of people will. It's going to be your last chance to use them most likely. So I'll be rooting for the Cardinals to win. Would you tease Arizona?
I want nothing to do with this game.
I totally understand that. Joe Sammy P. We'll continue the breakdown on these NFL sides, totals, and props. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Lineups against better teams, that will hurt the Dodgers. They cannot continue with this this bullpen is so problematic. I don't know how they're supposed to navigate the LDS, the LCS, and then a World Series with this bullpen. It's trying to do this high wire act. I think any Dodger game, as great as the lineup is, the other team is always in the game. If the Reds can do that, what do you think the Phillies can do? I like this Dodgers team quite a bit, but I just cannot look past that bullpen. And I think it's going to end up burning them in this series against Philadelphia. I like Philly. And right now, you can get the Phillies over at BetMGM plus 105 on the series price. The Dodgers are minus 125, which shows you how much respect the betting market has for the Dodgers, who are once again the favorites to win the World Series. I think Philly, with their combination of pitching, and if this lineup can please just be normal and not get cold, and all of a sudden everybody just starts to go on a slump together, like what we saw last October, if this lineup can have it cooking, I think the Phillies are going to the World Series. I think the Phillies are winning the World Series. And in fact, I actually think, I'll say this, because as much as I talk about the Dodgers bullpen, you need the team quality to actually take advantage of it. I think Philadelphia is actually the only team that could take advantage of it. I'll say this. I think not only is this the NLCS, I think that this is the start of the World Series come Saturday. I think the winner of this series is going to win the World Series. Put that one in pen, put it in stone, however you want to do it. Take a picture, whatever you got to do. This is the World Series. I think the Phillies are going to get it done. I think the Phillies will be the winner of the Fall Classic later on this month. But give me Philadelphia plus 105. I'll take that all day long. I'm just absolutely fired up for Ohtani versus Sanchez.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
BetMGMNetwork.com on the Odyssey app. Search and subscribe the BetMGM Network on YouTube. Joe O, Sammy P, and this keeps on climbing. Sam, we're close to 3. Now it's up to 2.5 over at BetMGM. The Houston Texans favored over the Baltimore Ravens. Low total, 40 in the hook. We were just talking about that Texans-Titans game from last week. Texans end up taking care of business late. And then on the Ravens side, they lose to Kansas City. They're sitting 1-3 on the season. And Lamar Jackson has not practiced all week. The betting market has been telling you he's not playing, that it's going to be Cooper Rush with Houston favored by 2.5 points.
And D'Amico Ryans is saying, we're preparing for Lamar. D'Amico Ryans, of course, the head coach of the Houston Texans. That clip that we played, I believe, was on Tuesday. Things have gotten even murkier for Baltimore. And obviously, it's not just Lamar Jackson. These guys have not practiced either for Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Kyle Hamilton, starting safety. Marlon Humphrey, cornerback. Roquan Smith, linebacker. Ronnie Stanley did come back to practice yesterday. He was limited. Van Noy came back. A couple other guys came back. Linderbaum, the center, came back. Their injury list is longer than my grocery list. It's scattered with important players. And that's really the truth of what's going on with Baltimore right now. They were hurt to begin with. Now they're even more hurt. So, Lamar is obviously the huge reason why this thing has crossed through 0. But he's not the only one, Joe. I don't know how you bet this game without knowing more about the injury. We're going to have another big update today on the Ravens side of things. If we see a lot of these guys go from unspecified to doubtful, I don't want to say that you're going to see 3, but it's not impossible to see Houston favored by 3.
Wouzier too. It's almost the entire secondary has not been out there this week. You mentioned the man in the middle, Roquan, and they've been getting run on all season long. So, all right, are you betting the Texans?
I don't really want to. I'm stupid. I want to bet the Ravens because I'm like, oh, well, Baltimore will figure it out because I'm stupid.
With Cooper Rush? Yeah, I don't want to bet the Ravens. They can't stop anybody. They can't. And the Texans, I know it was against the Titans, but they found a semblance of a run game. And it looks like they're shifting to Woody Marks. Like, it's going to be the guy. I was looking up his props, 50.5 rushing yards against this Ravens defense. If he's going to get the majority of the work, like, come on. Yeah, he'll go over 50.5. He's plus 165 for an anytime touchdown. Now, could be wrong. It could be more Chubb. But based on the way things were transitioning last week, it certainly feels like it's going to be Woody Marks. He was the number 1 pickup in every fantasy football league on the waiver wire this week for a reason. The other thing with the Texans is it's hard to trust this offense. So now we're going to lay 2.5, maybe even 3 on the road. That's difficult. And you're at the Ravens, a desperate team, great coaching staff. That's the part that scares me a little bit. But this Ravens defense is giving up 33 points per game, Sam. Maybe the Texans could be all right going against Baltimore. You've got to recalibrate what you think about the Ravens in your head versus who's going to be available and what they're doing this year so far.
And it's very difficult to handicap this total because you're trying to figure out how injured Baltimore is going to be and who's going to be available on that defensive side of the ball. You also have a Houston offense that just can't protect the quarterback. But if Baltimore isn't healthy, Houston should be in a better spot. The total is down to 40.5 at BetMGM, which is a very low total considering that we saw Baltimore and Buffalo play to a game in the 80s. But we understand Lamar probably doesn't play, and that defense is just battered by injuries right now. It's just crazy to think that this Baltimore team was writing games up into the low 50s, mid 50s a month ago, and now we're at 41. That's a big correction by the market, and I think it's very accurate that, this could be a 20-14, 20-17 type game, just because if Houston sets the pace, this is going to be a rock fight. You're going to see a whole lot of punts before points. Say punts before points 8 times fast. I lean under in the game at 41.
My guy David was like, I'm going to be listening to the show tomorrow, but I need a teaser for this weekend in the NFL. And my first thought was, well, I know Sam will like the Bills. We both like the Bills in the game, so of course we're going to like them to cover a teaser. How about Baltimore plus 8.5 with the total of 40.5?
Cooper Rush hasn't been bad in some of these games where he's had to come in. In fact, there was a game in Dallas where Cooper Rush won the game outright. Dak had an ankle. Everybody bet against Dallas, and then Cooper Rush won the game outright. Pinnacle, as we're speaking about this game live, just went big to the Ravens side. So they're down to Houston -1 in the last 60 seconds. Just for context, BetMGM and domestic books are 2.5. Houston favored. Houston now -1 at Pinnacle. That's a pretty strong move, and I have a feeling other people are going to start to move in that direction. Ironically enough, I was just saying, Houston could get to 3. No, Pinnacle down to 1.
Yeah. Okay, so Pinnacle's at 1, and then the public books are at 2.5.
So take a public book, and, well, the problem with the public book teasing is that you're teasing at -140 now. So
yeah,
maybe
a
don't
massive
do that.
number. Yeah. But, and also like where the sides are at, where they're betting. The public is now betting Houston because they're realizing, Lamar's not going to play. Okay. All right. I'm not going to bet this game. I'll probably do some props with like Woody Marsh or something like that, because you can run all day on this Ravens defense. I don't think that's going to change. We'll find out officially with the injury report, but all these guys not practicing all week, at least the majority of them are not going to be out there for the game. So keep that in mind. Before you make a bet in this game, I would take a look at that final injury report that comes out today. All right, the Colts taking on the Raiders. Colts laying a full touchdown. Colts probably should have beat the Rams last week. Adonai Mitchell gave away a touchdown. Injury report for the Colts. I was concerned about their cornerbacks, but they've been practicing in some capacity this week. Talk about Kenny Moore and Jalen Jones. So they're relatively healthy. And on the Raiders side, Brock Bowers not practicing. Like, we've been waiting for a month for this guy to get healthy. It's just not happening. I was expecting him to have a blow-up game against the Bears. Did not occur. The Raiders ran all over the Bears defense, all over them. So Genty with the big blow-up game. Look, it's the Colts. Are we at a point with the sample size where we trust them to have an explosive offense? Passing game, it should continue to be very good against this Raiders defense. Run game might come through some struggles because the Raiders rush defense has been pretty stout this year. But there's a reason the Colts are laying 7. Which side are you on?
I like Indy, but it's 6.5 only, and there are several 6.5s in the market. So please get the best of them. Another noteworthy injury game for Las Vegas, because their left tackle Colton Miller is on injured reserve. That's a huge deal for a line that was already struggling, and now you take their best player and take him off the field. There are 6.5s, again, readily available on the Colts. I know it's not a big sample size, but the Colts are 3-1 ATS, and they probably could have covered all 4. Wink, wink. I mean, they were right there against the Rams, and that's really how I think you and I rate these teams. Good teams win, great teams cover. Your best cover teams in the NFL right now, if you're wondering: Seattle is 3-1. Philly is 3-1. Indy is 3-1. Jacksonville is 3-1. Detroit is 3-1. Obviously, 4 games is not a huge sample, but 75% is 75%. So the Colts have been winning. Colts have been covering. and now they face a Raiders team that really couldn't move the ball until it faced the Bears. So I think the Colts defensively have a lot to like, and playing in that building inside, Daniel Jones looks comfortable. The running game's been very good. It would be a play for me at 6.5 for sure, not at 7.
I lean to the Raiders at 7 only. It's going to come down to Geno again. Like most Raiders games, it's going to come down to Geno. Did you get the bad Geno or the good Geno? Which guy showed up? Okay, the bad one we lost. We lost and we didn't cover. And the good one shows up. They could win outright over nearly anybody. So I lean Raiders +7. Can't say I'm super confident in it, but that's the way I would go. I'm banking on the good Geno showing up. But you're right. That offensive line is a big-time concern for Vegas. Let's keep things rolling here. We've got Tampa Bay and Seattle. This is what should be a pretty good game. We got the Bucs as a big road dog. I say big because they're underdogs by more than a field goal. It's 3.5. I was surprised when I saw the number, but a lot goes into this. You've got Seattle extra rest and a Tampa Bay team that is viewed as being a very lucky team. The injury report, not very kind for Tampa Bay. So I think that's how we got to that number initially. Mike Evans has not been practicing all week. Doesn't look like he's going to go. Same thing for Bucky Irving. Monster game last week. Not sure that he's going to be a go this week against a very tough Seattle defense. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence, Witherspoon, Love, all not practicing for that Seattle defense. So today's injury report is going to be pretty big. It feels like this is a lot of points, going more than a field goal. I thought we'd be sitting 3, but 3.5 seems a bit much to me, Sam.
Yeah, I know that the math guys are going to hate this, and any sharp guy listening right now is going to say, "Oh my God, you can't tease up from 3.5." I mean, you can if you really wanted to. I don't think Tampa's getting blown out in the game. They're just so resilient and they're so efficient offensively, as well as Mike McDonald's defense has looked so far. This is one of the better teams that they'll see so far in terms of the ability to attack you in every way down the field with all the receivers. The quarterback has been very good, Baker Mayfield, and of course they can run the ball too. 3.5 up through 7 and 8 up to 9.5. I don't think that loses. I know that fundamentally is going to bother some people because you're only supposed to tease through 3 and 7. I guess that's one man's opinion, but I think it's a closer game, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Tampa went in there and won outright.
I wouldn't either. They're in every game, as you mentioned. And if they're down by 2 scores late, watch out. Baker's going to find a way to make that close in the end. Baker as a dog with Tampa Bay. Evan Abrams had this 15-8 against the spread. Covers at a 65% rate. It's been phenomenal. And how many of those weapons are going to be available? So that injury report today is going to be big for both sides, the Bucs offense and the Seahawks defense. The Seahawks have been metric darlings. After a month, they are number 1 in total DVOA. They are number 2 in net yards per play. The defense has been outstanding. The offense, pretty big surprise in the positive sense. And what's, at least to me, what Sam Darnold has been able to do. So I do like the Bucs getting 3.5. I think this ends up being a 1-score game at the end, and Baker's going to have a chance to either cover at the end or even win this game outright. So I understand metrically how they got to 3.5. I just think it's a bit much there. Let's hit on the morning game. Let's hit on that one. That number is also 3.5. You've got the Vikings, a 3.5-point favorite, going against the Browns in London. I thought it was very strange that they decided, Cleveland, this is the week for Dylan Gabriel. We're sitting Flacco with all the turnovers. Now it's Gabriel time with all the distractions of dealing with the international game, but that's what they're doing. Vikings, big travel advantage. Vikings, Ryan Kelly, the center, not practicing. His backup, Juergens, not practicing. Left guard, Donovan Jackson's been out of practice. Right tackle, Brian O'Neill, has been out of practice. They have almost nobody on that offensive line to protect Carson Wentz.
So this came up during our show yesterday on Bear Bets. We were taping it live. Take a guess, Dylan Gabriel against Brian Flores, pressure, blitzing, all that. Take a guess at what the passing yardage prop is for Gabriel. You know there's a 1 in front of it.
Yeah.
What's your first guess?
188 is the first thing that came to mind.
Really? That high? Okay. All right. So they opened at 182. I was thinking it was going to be like 165.5. That thing got bet yesterday. The lowest number now is 175.5. I think he's going to throw for like $140, $150 in the game. I think he's in trouble.
I was also thinking of props. I was thinking Judkins props. He's going to run the ball all game. 18.5 on rush attempts. Still plus money on anytime touchdown, plus 130. He's been scoring touchdowns, 74.5 on the rush yards. I'll be playing Judkins props, not doing anything with the side. Totals 36 in the hook, Sam. Woo! All right, we continue. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I think there's a very good case that Buffalo is not interested in running up the score on anybody right now. Now they will if it happens. If it happens, it happens. But they're clearly just trying to stack wins and get healthy. They really have a firm command of the AFC as a whole. So I think Buffalo is just. I don't think Buffalo is interested in blasting anybody.
Certainly not last week. They did not cover the point spread against the New Orleans Saints, but it was a comfortable win. They didn't play the cleanest of football. I'll say that as someone that watched every down of that game. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We work our way over to the primetime games for week number 5 this weekend. We'll start with Sunday Night Football, transition, give you a first look at Monday Night Football as well. And that was Will Brinson earlier in the week on the show, talking about the Buffalo Bills. The number's now 8, 7.5 throughout much of the week. We are 8 to 8.5 everywhere. Oh, this keeps on a climbing, Sam. 8 to 8.5, high total, 49 in the hook. That wouldn't surprise me. I could see a high-scoring game where they're going back and forth. May has been terrific for New England. He leads the NFL in completion percentage. Run game, they haven't done much, but May's been great. Certainly was last week against Carolina. That was a game when everything went right. So if they put up points, you know Josh Allen's going to match that. Could be a high-scoring affair. James Cook has been outstanding, but just overall, what we saw to the Bills last week, I don't think it's going to be a repeat performance. They were missing a number of starters on defense. They give up 300 yards. They had missed tackles, 11 penalties. I don't see them with that sort of performance back-to-back weeks. If they perform like that against New England, they could very well lose outright, but I don't see it.
I have Patriots in reverse survivor. Early in the week, I really thought I was going to find myself on Buffalo. I thought I was going to lay the points, and I'm kind of cooling on that thought process. I really need to know, to be completely honest with you, I need to know if Milano and Oliver are going to play. That's pretty important to me. Mm-hmm. They've been fine without them, but this is a step up in competition. I would argue for both teams. And coming into the season, I wasn't really sure about the Patriots and what we were going to see from them offensively. You also have to weigh in the caliber of the competition they've played. They've played 3 really bad teams and a Steelers defense that's not a traditional Steelers defense right now. It's just not. It's not a Mike Tomlin lock you down defense by any stretch of the imagination. And they turned the ball over a ton in that game. That's why they lost to the Steelers. But can we really assess the Patriots accurately when they've played the Raiders, the Dolphins, and the Panthers? But then the counter to that is, well, Buffalo was tight with the Saints.
Go ahead.
Buffalo didn't really even look interested in that game. They'll feel the juice Sunday night at home against the Patriots, a team they despise.
Those defensive players that you're wondering about, Milano and Oliver, they've been limited this week. I'm thinking they're going to be good to go. That's kind of where I'm at. I think they've been ramping up for this game. Look, and for the Patriots side, they should have won that Pittsburgh game, but they didn't. Like, they're still learning how to win. They lost to the Raiders, too. Like, these Patriots fans, and you deal with it more than I do, just like, oh, the schedule's so easy. The reason that you're going to be great, the reason that you're going to make the playoffs is the schedule. What about you? What is your team doing? Are they getting better? I'm not sure. That was put on a platter last week for them, and everything went perfect. They bounced back. I'm sure they harp on not fumbling all week. They didn't fumble after, 4 crucial fumbles the previous week. They go 4 for 4 in the red zone. It was a perfect opponent at the perfect time in Carolina. And they have easy games after this. This is a start of a 3-game road trip, which is, I don't care who you're playing, that's always very challenging to do. So maybe in a couple of weeks, we might want to circle back. That Tennessee game could be tough. The 3rd road game in 3 weeks. But I just look at it, the step up in competition, this is on a different level. The Dolphins have the worst secondary in football. The Steelers haven't been able to stop anybody, and you're only able to score 14 points because you can't stop fumbling the ball. Carolina still stinks until proven otherwise, and the Raiders are the Raiders. They're not very good. Those are 4 bad teams you've played. Yes, and I will include Pittsburgh because of their defense. 4 bad teams. Now you're facing the best, according to most. I would say they're the best. You would say they're the best. And you've got to do it on the road Sunday Night Football. Show me you're something. Because if not, it's going to be every time you win, okay, well, they're supposed to win. Well, they're playing the bottom half of the NFL all year aside from the 2 Bills games. So prove it. I have not cooled on that. I think there's a reason it's also 8.5 now. I wish it was still 7.5. I think the Bills are going to smoke them, man. They looked awful last week, and there's no doubt in my mind they're focused, and their better players on defense are going to be back on the field. I like the Bills big.
I thought that early in the week. I don't know why I've sort of tapered on that thought. If I've been saying all along that the Patriots are sort of fake good and the Bills are elite, why am I not just laying the points? Maybe because New England just scored 40 last week. That's sort of lingering in my brain. But if you bet this game based on what happened last week, you're going to bet the Patriots. Because the Patriots blew out a bad team and the Bills let Spencer Rattler hang around. So if you just base your bet off of recency bias, you're going to bet the Patriots. That's why I was thinking, the room will bet the Patriots. We'll see. I can't wait to do the room later on this hour on X. Me too. Can't wait. We are on X right now. Check us out. Go to the account bet_sweats or Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We've got the links on our feeds up there. We are on X for the next hour. All right, Monday Night Football. Let's give the people a taste. We'll have a full breakdown coming up on Monday. You've got the Chiefs at the Jaguars. The Chiefs are laying 3.5 points, total of 46 in the hook. 2 things really interest me. Last week, looks like all is right with the world in Chiefs land, right? Worthy comes back. They've got some explosion on offense. He leads the team in rushing. He leads the team in receiving. Mahomes, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions in a big win against the Baltimore Ravens as a dog. Now on the other side with Jacksonville sitting 3-1. It's been a quiet 3-1. Are they real? We're going to find out. Here's something else I don't know if it's real or not. Last year, the Jaguars dead last in creating turnovers. Right now, they are number 1 in the NFL. Is it possible for them to keep this up? They already have 13 takeaways in 4 games. That would be tough to do. Very tough. They have 3 more takeaways than any other team. Jaguars, Chiefs, 3.5. We've been here a lot. Chiefs on the road, laying more than a field goal. What do you think? I'm not a big favorite player, but if you're tuning into this show for the first time live on X and you hear us say Buffalo and Kansas City, you're probably like, these guys are square. I'm a dog player by design. I just feel like the power rating has been moved up so high on Jacksonville, and they have to do so many things right defensively against an offense that looked very, very good last week. Mahomes was 25 of 37, threw to 9 different receivers, 4 touchdowns, no picks. His rating, 125. Now, Baltimore's defense obviously is a problem, and there are guys on that side of the ball for the Ravens that are banged up. Jacksonville, relatively healthy on defense, but the turnover battle has been won by them so many times this year, and I know better than betting on Jacksonville against Kansas City on Monday night. That might be a lazy handicap, but I don't think the Chiefs are going to turn the ball over at all in the game, and it feels like they're going to have to do that to lose this game or not cover this game. If Kansas City plays with a clean sheet, they're going to win by 7 or more. And I think that's what's going to happen on Monday night. You agree with this line, though, at 3.5? I feel like it's the right number in this spot. Well, you're already writing Jacksonville at 3.5. So, yeah, I mean, if you made it 5 or 5.5, they're going to just come and knock you down to 3.5 anyway. I mean, there's definitely an appetite to bet Jacksonville. That much is clear. And I think Kansas City going on the road. You're going to see that support for Kansas City no matter what from the public. But you're going to get bigger bets and sharper bets on the Jags in this game. This is probably a pros versus Joes game. And I have no issue being on the side of the Joes because I get 15. I get Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I get the Chiefs team that is slowly but surely healthy on the offensive side of the ball. And last week you and I were talking about Worthy. How much is Worthy worth? An odds maker would say a point, right? Oh, a point.
He's worth more than a point. Yeah.
That offense looked completely different with him back in the fold. Leading receiver, leading rusher last week, but he's only worth a point.
Yeah. I know. Sometimes that's dumb. But, like, we also can't say he's worth a touchdown, even though he probably was.
No.
But yeah, it's like, what are you going to do with that? We feel he was going to have an impact. He had an impact. Another game I want to throw in there since we have a couple minutes here. Cowboys-Jets. You've got the Cowboys favored by 2.5. Total's 47 in the hook. The Cowboys probably getting a lot of love. They're road favorites here. You have the tie on Sunday night against Green Bay. But, Sam, I'm looking at this injury report. It's not only CeeDee Lamb. Left tackle, left guard, right guard for the Cowboys, none of them have been practicing this week. I don't know who they're going to have. It's not the old Jets defense where they're that strong, but this whole line looks to be in shambles. You still are not going to have Lamb out there. I don't know. I'm not expecting a performance like we saw on Sunday out of this offense.
Jets, barf, question mark?
I know. I put Jets question. That's literally what I wrote down. Jets question mark over question mark.
If you would have actually written Jets barf question mark, that would be very, very impressive. Yeah. That would be extremely symbiotic if we both wrote that. They're begging you to come in and take the Cowboys and lay 2.5. They want you to lay it.
Yeah. Turpin not practicing either. Malik Hooker. Ooh, this Cowboy. I could see after putting up 40, then you get a complete dud performance. It's not Cowboys. I'll just say that. It's not Cowboys minus 2.5. Joe O, Sammy P, Patrick Everson out in Vegas will be joining us next. We'll find out where the sharp money is going for this weekend on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Like, if you can start in the NFL, you will start, especially if you're the Cleveland Browns. Have you looked at the litany of quarterbacks they've tried to start over the years? And people want to make it a race thing, like, oh, it's because of the color of his skin. Those issues exist. But look around the league. Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott. The Browns signed Deshaun Watson to a $240 million contract with multiple accusations of sexual misconduct against him. I can assure you, if you can play in the league, you will play. And with Shedeur, I don't understand his thinking here. Like, don't respond to Rex Ryan. If you think that's too harsh, get in there and earn your way into that starting job and shut him up, because he has the talent. He's a hell of a football player based on what we saw at Colorado, but there is a reason why he dropped to fifth or the fifth round in the draft. And also, how hard is it to say, you know what? I'm working really hard. Dylan deserves his chance. I want to make sure we win. That's the most important thing. If he said something like that, boom, case closed. So don't act like you don't want the attention when you know that acting like this will bring you attention. This is the same guy that during a preseason start, came out with a posse and a boombox, which is fine. I don't care. But you can't fool me into thinking, oh, you really don't want the cameras in front of you. Of course you do. You thrive on attention. And then you're finally getting it, and you cause even more undue or negative attention to come your way because you're acting so weird. Like, if you want to make a name for yourself, get out there, work your ass off, and become the QB1. And if you have the talent, they will elevate you.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A football Friday here on Bet Sweats. Thanks for hanging out. Another hour to go. We got Patrick Everson. We will have a 2-minute drill. Most importantly, we'll go and see where the room is at heading into the weekend on the NFL and college football. We'll find a little bit about the room right now with our guy, Patrick Everson, senior reporter, Vegas Insider, also a contributor over at Fox Sports. You can follow him on X at @PatrickE_Vegas. Patrick, appreciate you getting up early out in Vegas to jump on with us. And we were just talking during the break about the potential of Survivor. I mean, I was part of that carnage in some of my pools yesterday, and I looked in the big money pool where you can see the stats. We don't know about the Circa because they don't release that until Saturday evening. But I will say in the one that the big money one I'm in, it was 35% on the Rams. So it's going to be a big number.
Yeah, no doubt it's going to be a big number. It's going to be really interesting here in Vegas, 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. Actually, I guess it'll be a little after that. That's the deadline to get the picks in. It usually takes them a little bit to kind of sort it all out, which you can understand with the thousands upon thousands of people who are in this contest. But this one's going to leave a mark. The only reason I feel it might be lessened is just because it was the Thursday game, and you know, some people have an aversion to that Thursday game for good reason, especially after what we saw last night. No, this is going to be really interesting. I think so far, I think it was week 3 in the Circus Survivor had 3,100 plus bow out. That's been the most. I believe that's been the most so far. So this one could leave, this week could leave a lot more damage, especially if any of the other key favorites fall. But that was hard to believe. I mean, the Niners out 14-0 in almost no time, and then the Rams come back. If they make that extra point, I mean, it may be a whole moot discussion this morning, but other than the great sweat that it would have been. But wow, I'm really anxious, eager, not anxious, but eager to see Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening here, what that did to Circus Survivor.
Love that you come on a Chicago-centric show with the Abe Froman shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
That's outstanding by you.
Oh, there you go.
That's well done.
The Sausage
Look
King.
at that. Outstanding.
I'm Abe Froman.
You hear a lot of things. I hear a lot of things. Joe hears a lot of things. What's the best thing you've heard from the books all week?
That's a really good question. I've talked to, quite a few odds makers in town over the course of the week, just looking at an NFL piece that I've got up on Fox right now, going through that. I think where you almost have to go with this is, Sammy, the Ravens-Texans game, Texans at Ravens, just with that, just with that massive line movement and all that's behind it. And I guess, Sammy, you might have heard, I guess Lamar Jackson's not going to play this week. Is that so?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. Little inside joke.
Yeah. Ravens reporters were like, well, the line's moved 8 points. Lamar might not play. I'm like, wow, this is actually a thing, huh?
Really? You don't say. I think that's the most dynamic thing. And one odds maker here in Vegas just said, look, it's a very bizarre game. The look ahead on this was 9.5. You had some books that decided not to open Sunday night to try and get a little more information. Still ended up, including BetMGM, I believe, opened 6.5. Ravens quickly went down to 3.5, and then over the course of Tuesday, Wednesday, as this all evolved, with the Ravens having a lot more injuries than just Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Lamar Jackson. What I heard from Casey Degnan at the Superbook, our friends at the Superbook, Sammy and Joe, they figure 6.5 is what Jackson's worth to the number each week. So you're talking a 9.5 look ahead, and the Texans got as far as 2.5. So you're looking at almost a dozen points there. So obviously they're concerned about some of the other injuries that are mounting for the Ravens. It's wild. But what this one odds maker said to me, and he said, kind of reiterating what I just said, to me, Lamar Jackson is worth 6.5 points. This line going through 0 to make the Texans a favorite is baffling to me, is what he said. So, but again, it's the line maker's decision to go through 0. However, you can't also leave yourself hanging out there, even if you don't think it should go through 0. Your opinion, if everybody else is that Ravens 1.5 to 2.5, or Texans 1.5 to 2.5, you can't necessarily have a line hanging. You can't have a line hanging out there the other way with the Ravens a favorite.
Which sharp sides in the NFL are getting play?
So this is again from Oddsmaker here in Vegas. The Broncos, Joe, every week seem to be getting sharp play. My Denver Broncos. There's a big helmet behind me. I'm obviously not sure that's warranted, but for whatever reason, the wise guys seem to like what Denver brings to the table overall. Maybe not on a week-to-week basis, losing 2 games on last-second field goals that they probably, certainly should have won one of them, could have won both. But sharp money on the Broncos at 5.5, plus 5.5, plus 4.5. Colts Raiders, sharp money both sides. Took the Colts early in the week at -6, got up to -7, took the Raiders at the +7. And then this London game, they're taking the under on that. The wise guys are 38.5 and 37.5. I think that's down to, that might have got as low as 35. I'm taking a peek right now just to see where 35.5 and 36 is where it's at now. That's a pretty tidy total for an NFL game, but that's what people think. And bettors came in on the under at 38.5. Wise guys came in at the under at 38.5, 37.5.
In college, I on Tuesday and Wednesday was saying I'm going to bet Florida against Texas, and Joe and I looked up at the board. I love when he flips through the notes and he's just flipping. There's so many pages on the notepad. And we were looking up at that time at the board, and it's 7. And now you look at that game, Texas and Florida, I see a 4.5. I see 5. they came in and they blasted Florida again. Now, this is not the first time all season this has happened. It happened against LSU. It happened against Miami. Didn't really work out, but I think there's this appetite one more time, one more spin for the wise guys on Florida here against Arch Manning.
I think that's got to be what's happening because you got to figure Miami is the public side here, Sammy. I'm actually looking at this morning's release from your friends and show partners, BetMGM, and I'm surprised by this. I'm just seeing this now, but Florida is the most bet team in spread tickets at BetMGM as of right now. I am baffled by that. They are not among the Gators are not among the top 5 in money, but they are number 1 in tickets. And but guess who's number 1 in handles, Sammy? Conversely, Texas.
Wow.
Taking the most money right now at BetMGM Friday morning. Keep in mind, and I'm sure you tell your listeners this all the time, the overwhelming majority of money is going to come in closer to kickoff, game day and closer to kickoff on game day. But Friday morning, Florida, the most bet team in spread tickets, Texas, the most bet team in spread handles. So that's kind of an interesting dichotomy there as you bring this up. But it looks like they're going to take one more spin on Florida. It's not one that I'm necessarily willing to take. I think I'm going to my Chili's money is going to be on a Florida State money line upset. I'm gonna take a dabble in that just for fun. But I did, as I looked at this last week, Sammy, I thought, you know what, maybe this is, Texas. It's not like Texas has looked awesome this season, so I kind of thought about it as I looked at it a few days ago. But like you said, with that number coming down the way it has, it's not nearly as appealing.
What are you hearing? You brought up Florida State, your Chili's money. You're going there. What are you hearing about Miami, Florida State, and also Vandy, Bama? That game's probably been discussed more than any college game on the show this week.
Right. There was one odds maker here in Vegas I talked to extensively about Vandy, Bama, and we need to keep in mind a couple things. Last year, Vandy beat Bama. Vandy was at home 40-35. I think Alabama was ranked number 1 at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So huge upset. Vanderbilt was 23-point underdog. And the oddsmaker said, if you would have told me 2 years ago that Vandy, Alabama would be considered a good competitive game, I'd have told you that you were crazy. But he said that's going to be a game that drives action this week. And they definitely saw sharp money on Vandy at the opener, a 13.5, even a couple of other numbers as they got down to 10.5, even as low as 10. I think there might have even been a book or two that briefly, Joe, dipped below 10, but it looks like it settled in at 10.5. I think there's a little bit of honesty needed here. 10.5 is still a lot of points. I mean, this could still be a relatively easy game for Alabama if they're winning and covering the spread. So, Vandy's still Vandy, but it's definitely a better team. The quarterback is definitely very confident. That quarterback is great as an underdog, by the way. I had Paul Stone. He sent me over a stat on that, and I think he's in his time at New Mexico State and Vandy as a dog. He's 19-5-1, something like that. So, it's a surprising game. You've got sharp folks on Vanderbilt, pretty good, Joe. And but the public is certainly going to come back on Alabama. They're especially coming off of what the public remembers what they saw last, and Alabama went to Georgia and beat Georgia.
I know you've got some info on NFL MVP and also this really awesome race for Rookie of the Year that we've talked about this week. What do you got?
Well, I think what's interesting about NFL MVP, and this is from BetMGM, is Joe Burrow took so much action in the offseason that 2 weeks after coming off the board, Sammy, and I'm just looking through my notes from Christian Cipollini, the trading manager at BetMGM, he took so much offseason money that he is still number 1 in tickets and number 1 in money to win the MVP at BetMGM. And he said all that action is from preseason, early season. He said he was the most bet on player in the offseason. And this is direct quote from Christian Cipollini, by an overwhelming amount. People were riding him like crazy. And he's still, he's still got, I'm double checking this futures piece that I've got up at Vegas Insider right now, but I believe his ticket count is still about twice that of Lamar Jackson. And his money is more than 1.5 times that of Lamar Jackson. So crazily enough, he's got a lot of tickets and money. Joe Burrow does. Obviously, he's not going to win, very obviously, he's not going to win the award. Some of the more interesting players in there, obviously Lamar Jackson, Matt Stafford, last night notwithstanding, is somebody, if you're looking at maybe one of the longer shots, but Lamar Jackson's up there. Obviously, Josh Allen he's kind of the extending favorite each week. He keeps getting to be a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger favorite week by week. And I think BetMGM even this week has flipped him. He's a slight minus money price now.
Couple more minutes
and then
here.
Rookie of the year.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
A couple more minutes. Patrick Everson. Jump to Rookie of the Year. Then we want to hit on baseball.
Sure.
What do you have for Rookie of the Year?
Sure, absolutely. So Jackson Dart has now entered the chat, obviously. He made his first NFL start. The Giants beat the Chargers 21-18. He didn't have like a hugely dynamic game as you look at the stats, 111 yards and 1 touchdown passing, but he had the 15-yard TD run as well, finished with 54 yards on the ground. He opened 25-1, and he actually, prior to week 3, guys, he'd slid out to 33-1. But once they announced he was going to start, he goes to the plus 1,200 co-7th choice. Now he's the plus 450 third choice at BetMGM, behind only Emeka Egbuka and Ashton Genty, who improved his stock last week with a pretty good game. So Jackson Dart is the flavor of the week in that for sure. And if he manages to keep it up and make the Giants interesting, perhaps he moves up even higher. And then, Joe, as you point out, World Series futures odds. This has been kind of interesting because over the last couple of weeks of the regular season, the Phillies took over as the favorite at BetMGM. They overtook the Dodgers, who had been the favorite all season long. Now you have the Dodgers facing the Phillies in the NLDS, and BetMGM has decided to not only make the Dodgers a slight favorite against the Phillies in the series, but a slight favorite over the Phillies to win the World Series. So they're, again, the favorites. And I think this is probably the most interesting thing about World Series outs, guys, and that is at BetMGM. This is from senior trader Hal Eglin. The Yankees are an excellent outcome. They would love to see the Yankees win it all. He said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but BetMGM is cheering for the Yankees. They're actually our best result.
What would be their worst result? Did they share that?
That's a good question. Probably the Brewers at this point, and the reason why is you could have gotten longer numbers on the Brewers. Not hugely long numbers, but they opened 35-1. You still could have got the Brewers at 25-1 as late as July 21st. And, now Milwaukee is right there in those World Series odds.
Okay.
But yeah, it sounds like the Brewers would be their least light scenario, although there's probably a couple of others in there. I'm sure there's a lot of Cubs money floating in there.
Oh, yeah. That's Patrick Everson, senior reporter, Vegas Insider, contributor over at Fox Sports. Great breakdown, Patrick. Appreciate your time on this Friday. Best of luck with your wagers. And we're going to find out where the room is at. College football and NFL on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
All right, all is right with the world because the room sucked last night. Did we go over the overall? We know Brian Robinson Jr. was the most popular play, going over his props, the backup running back for San Francisco. Did not come close. He was in a lot of like short yardage situations, didn't come close to the number. I remember number 2 was Blake Corum to go over his rushing prop. No, he got benched in the middle of the game because he couldn't do anything. Every time they threw the ball to him, he would drop it. He had that fumble that killed them just outside the 20. Like the room totally got Corum. There were 2 McCaffrey props, and I'm blanking on what the other one was. But it was a big losing night for the room, right?
It was actually, I mean, again, I didn't have the exact number. I feel like the Corum number was minus 130, which I think makes it a losing night, but they went 3-2. Demarcus Robinson went over, and the McCaffrey reception went over, and the McCaffrey rushing attempts went over.
Oh, so I just picked the right ones then to face.
Yes, the top two lost.
Yeah.
So, and McCaffrey needed overtime to get over the reception number. I'm almost positive. And that was a bet that was 6.5 minus 150. I believe I should look this up. I should know this. I believe he finished with 7 catches. 8. Okay. Then maybe he had 2 in overtime. I thought for some reason I want to say he was at 6 at the end of regulation. So if we don't get that crazy finish where you get the field goal and then the other field goal and all that jazz, and Kyron Williams doesn't fumble, the room probably doesn't get there, but we don't do the ifs and buts thing on this show. The Robinson one, I mean, when we heard Robinson live, I remember saying that's the one. Play the backup running back when they're a 9-point dog. Yes, that's a great idea.
They did the backup running back on both sides. Those were the two most popular plays. Those are the two I faded, and those ended up winning. Corum, I don't know, man. If I'm them, I'm not putting Corum on the field for a couple weeks. Like, he looks so bad. I was under rooting against him, and I was frustrated at how bad he was. But what are you going to do? Because Kyron Williams, every time Kyron Williams had the ball, I'm like, two hands, hold on to it. Like, it kind of felt like he was going to fumble it at some point, and then he did it at the worst possible time.
Not a good running back room right now for Sean McVay.
Sucks. Nope. Good receivers, but not so much with the running back room. All right, Paul Aspen, let's go over it.
Kicker and a bad kicker. Anyway.
Yeah, and San Francisco doinks it in, of course. Like, everything that they needed, they got last night with Pinheiro, too. Great. Former Bear. Yeah. What a bum. All right, let's go to the room. College football and NFL. What do you got?
So, couple that are in, like, we can run through the bottom, but there's a couple very notable ones. Number 5, most bet side tickets at BetMGM for the college football weekend. BYU minus 19.5 against West Virginia.
19.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 4, Iowa State. The favorite has flipped in this game. Iowa State is now a plus 1.5 point underdog to Cincinnati. Iowa State plus 1.5 is the 4th most bet side at BetMGM.
You think Cincinnati's real, Sam?
I just lagged out for 30 seconds. What did I miss?
Iowa State plus 1.5 is the 4th most side.
Oh, okay. I kind of like Cincy to begin with. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised how bad Cincy's pass defense is. I mean, but I don't know if Rocco Beck can really take advantage of that. All right, here we go. Pavia Coffin.
Oh, come on.
Plus 10.5.
Are you serious?
Hell yeah.
They're going to get blown out. Out.
I was thinking about coming on here today and saying, you know what? Screw all that. Give me Vandy. Now I can't.
Nope.
I can't.
No shot.
Nope. Wow. I'm floored because Everson just hinted at the idea that people just saw Bama take down Georgia in Athens and that they're probably going to bet that. But so far, quite the opposite.
Yep. Number 2, most bet side at BetMGM, Miami, minus 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm nervous about this game. I am, for sure. I need Miami. I need Beck to have a big game. I'm just going to hold out hope that Miami wins by 1 or 2 or 3, whatever. That's fine. Just don't lose. It does, Joe. It worries me that Florida State just lost. If that makes any sense, I would rather have Florida State come in off a win than come in off that loss on Friday night to Virginia. I don't know why I feel that way, but it just it's a gut feeling. No. It's a gut feeling.
It makes perfect sense, too. We'll go over that game in a couple of minutes on the college football side, but I understand why you're nervous. I get it. I think Florida State is live for that game, man. All right. Let's get to it. Number 1.
Number 1, Patrick Everson kind of clued us in a little bit. I can't do the Florida thing again after the LSU game and whatever another game that they just can't. Oh, the Miami game. Yeah, not doing that again. But Florida plus 5.5 is the most bet side at BetMGM against Texas.
I'm
so
shocked.
I'm also like, that really bothers me because I have Florida plus 7. How can you come in and bet 5.5 hand over fist when you could have bet 7? Like, that is so fundamentally dumb. You're going to need every point you can get with Florida because Florida offensively has been miserable. But the room decides, no, we don't want 7 or 6.5 or 6. We'll take 5.5. It blows my mind, just the lack of awareness on getting the important numbers. 7 is the most important number in college football. And you didn't want to bet 7, you'll settle for less than 7. It's so dumb.
There are 4.5s out there right now. But, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, they're counting all the bets at 7, right?
That's what I was going to bring up too. I think they have to be, right? It's just like the total number of tickets on Florida, probably from plus 7 on down to the current number.
But it's not stopping. So, I mean, it's a collection of Florida bets. And sure, maybe there's a big chunk at 7. But if it continues that way, it has to have all the numbers a part of the equation. That's my guess.
For sure.
We have 3 of the top 4. Remember, the room has been the worst in college football. 3 of the top 4 are public dogs.
Oof.
So if you want to put together a Texas, Bama, Cincinnati parlay, I don't think that's an awful idea.
Ooh, Texas and Bama is interesting because now I'm coming from a position where, I mean, Alabama's winning. But now I could get a little creative here, and I can do an Alabama and a Texas money line parlay and then create sort of a 7-point middle on the Florida plus 7 with the Texas money line. I'm going to calculate and tabulate that right now. Don't mind me.
Just to win?
Any other?
Yep. Money line.
Okay. Texas. Okay. Makes sense.
Any other college thoughts, or you want to move to the room in NFL?
I'm glad the room isn't on Notre Dame. That's all I'm going to say.
To the Miami, Florida State. I understand your concern, especially coming off the loss. Double overtime on the road, Virginia. Any concern that this is Beck's first road game, too? Miami's first road game, which it's rare that you go this far into the season and they get their first road game. I think that's worth bringing up. And if you look at Beck's numbers last year at Georgia, home versus road, he was not the same guy. Obviously, most of the games were at home and he had great numbers. But on the road, it was 3 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for Beck last year.
I'm a little nervous for sure. But also Carson Beck, every game he's played this year has been in the rain. And the last game we saw Beck, it was monsooning sideways. And then on Sunday and Monday, the conversation is, Carson Beck's lost his zip. It's like, it was windy and it was raining sideways. So this ideally for Miami is a game that's not pouring rain. Just win the game for my Heisman stock. Just win it. I don't care by how many points. Just win it.
I like the over in that one. It's been ticking up, and I think for good reason. Expect that one to be a high-scoring affair. Yeah, Paul, let's jump to the NFL. What do you have for the room there?
Yeah. All chalk. Shocker.
Okay.
All right. Number 5, most bet side at BetMGM, before we even get to Monday, is Chiefs minus 3.5.
Yep, I expected that.
So that means on Monday it's going to be through the roof. It's going to be like 90% tickets at least.
Can't wait to do the Jags thing again. Great.
Yeah.
Number 4, and we are on the opposite side of this one. I know you guys are, and I am as well. Chargers minus 3.
Huh, love it.
Yeah, I like the Commanders plus 3, no doubt.
Number 3.
Again, they're betting it at 3 still too, when it was 2.5.
Yeah.
The most key number in NFL.
Yep. Number 3, man. They did the Vikings last week, and they're doing it again this week. I got that strong of an opinion on this game. Vikings minus 3.5 is the third most bet side at BetMGM.
Carson Wentz in London. You got to lay it. You got to lay it.
I've heard some strong opinions on Minnesota. Man, they don't have an offensive line, and you're facing arguably the best defense in the NFL. Like, this might be first to 10 wins. Oh, gee. I can't. Like, there was a split second where I thought about Minnesota and Survivor. I'm like, no. Even though it's Gabriel against Flores and all that, not interested in that.
I was getting irrationally angry watching Carson Wentz play football last week. He's still doing the same crap. Anyway, just dumb decisions, everything, clock management, everything. All right, number 2, Sam, you alluded to it. You are in the room. Eagles minus 3.5, second most bet side at BetMGM.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I like Fangio against Knicks. So be it.
Number 1, most bet side at BetMGM. Understand this one. Lions minus 10.5. That's Cincinnati.
Really? The most popular bet is laying more than double digits. 10.5.
Well, the Bengals are atrocious.
They suck.
That's been chronicled enough this week.
I know. You
Can't
just
score,
usually don't
can't get
see the
stopped.
most popular bet be the biggest spread of the week.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a piece of the Lions, too. They look like the old Lions. Huh.
And like, unlike the Bills, they won't take their foot off the gas, I guess is the thought as well.
I'll say I'm a little relieved because I don't like any of the sides for the room. I mean, maybe KC. We'll get there Monday, but the others I'm not really in on.
So with KC, let me just tell people real quick. If you know you're going to be on the Chiefs on Monday, you should bet the Chiefs now. There are a couple books you can lay 3 minus 118, minus 120 at.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I'm a forecaster of where markets are going to go, but if most of the markets are 3.5, and Paul's telling us on Friday how popular the Chiefs are going to be, it's very likely that we see 4 before we see 3. I would never lay 3.5, 4 when I could lay 3. Right now, I can lay 3 at multiple places. So if you're going to bet Kansas City on Monday, if you know that you're going to wake up Monday morning and like Chiefs, just lay the number now while you can lay 3.
Is Washington, of the other side of the room, is Washington our favorite one?
It is now.
Yeah.
Therefore,
I like the.
Yeah, they lose to the Giants, and now they're back on the Chargers with no O-line.
You guys like
The
Broncos.
Vikings
I can feel it.
I'm on the Broncos too. Yeah,
I like
I'll be on the
Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
Just to remind the people.
We bet in Cleveland on Sunday morning.
I'm betting Cleveland first touchdown. Defense, I mean.
We take really?
And,
Wait,
yeah.
what? Wait, first touchdown or a defensive touchdown?
Yes.
Okay. First touchdown.
Defense touchdown
/
and a first touchdown. Yeah.
which
I think
is-
you should bet both defenses to score a touchdown. Honestly.
It's a good idea.
Wentz and Dylan Gabriel.
What are the numbers on that? I don't think I've ever.
I think it's
low.
5. I think it's plus 500 for an
That's
anytime. And it might be 30 for a first.
Well, that's what everybody – I mean, that's the thought process. These offenses stink. They're going to make mistakes. If this was a Chiefs-Ravens game, that defensive touchdown number is probably 8-1. But because it's Browns and Vikings, you're going to get that support for sure.
Oh, what an ugly game for Sunday morning. All right. 3 public dogs in college football. What could possibly go wrong for the room? Coming up next, our Lightning Bets contest plays we'll get together on. That's on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way. A lot of action. The division series starts tomorrow across Major League Baseball. We get 4 games, and you get 2 games on Sunday, 2 games on Monday. I was just trying to figure this out. Like the scheduling, kind of no rhyme, no reason, but I get it. You don't want to throw 4 division series games up against the NFL on Sunday. It makes sense, and you want to spread it out as much as you possibly can. Big advantage, though, for certain teams in the National League. We can talk about that coming up as well. Lot to get through. Want to get through everybody's favorite bets going into the weekend with NFL, college football, Major League Baseball playoffs, now down to 8 teams left. So let's try and throw our contest plays together, see if we can come up, agree on a list for week number 5 in the National Football League with the sides that we like. Paul, it was actually a winning week for us last week.
We got to 3-2, so we are now 8-12 on the season, climbing out of a early hole, and we are on our way.
We are on our way somewhere. Hopefully not like it was last night. Sammy P, start us off. Where do you want to go with your first selection?
Let's go Commanders +3.
I think we're all in on that. So I think that's strong. Commanders +3 is a good look there. And then it'll probably get more challenging after this. Let me see where we're at for... See, Sam, I know you don't like the Denver side. What about Buffalo?
I could be wrong there, though. I mean, we could do Denver. If you guys both like it, if anything,
still might
I'm a
get there.
sub. No, I'll sub.
Checking
I'll
on
sub to you guys.
Well, the Buffalo number's 8. Paul, where are you at on that game? We haven't heard your opinion.
Yeah, it's I think we got to do one of these favorites. Obviously, in Detroit in the room kind of keeps me away from that. So yeah, I don't really want to be sitting there Sunday night hoping that Drake May sneaks in the back door. So yeah, I'm good with Buffalo.
I think they're going to kill him.
Good. Yeah.
Get there, Sam. Get there.
I'll get there right now. So here's my 5. Cleveland, Philly, Baltimore, Washington, KC. Who do I flip out for Buffalo? Ravens? I guess.
I don't know what to do with that game.
All right.
Yeah.
Where's that number going? Like in the contest, we got what?
1.
All right, I'm in. I'm in on Buffalo. I got there. Let's go. Let's ride.
Paul, what you got?
Man. So this is what I've loosely plugged in. Denver, Washington, Buffalo, Jacksonville. And I had Vegas. I don't love it. So we can say, because I'll be on Colts and Survivor. That just seems like a lot.
I hate
but
the
it's only 6.5.
I lean Vegas side, but not at 6.5.
Ugh.
Tampa?
Could do Tampa.
I like Tampa.
Okay.
I'm betting Tampa. I didn't think you guys would be in on that. The 3.5?
Yeah, I'm in for that. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. For sure.
That's
I like
3.
that one. That's 3. Sam? Which one do you want
guys?
to draw?
Well, see, in the contest, it's 3.5. I laid Chiefs 3. So I understand we don't want to do KC. So what are our 3? Washington, Buffalo, and Tampa?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, well, we're heads up on Philly, Denver. What about Cleveland, +3.5?
Never Vikings, right?
Let's go, dude. Myles Garrett against Carson Wentz.
God, he's going to blow him up on like the 3rd snap and then just scoop and score.
Who's their 3rd quarterback? Who's next coming in?
I was just about to look that up. The 3rd stringer in Minnesota is
oh, sorry,
Max Brosmer.
Who the hell is that?
He's a Minnesota Golden Gophers quarterback.
They wouldn't bring in Ritter?
No, Ritter's the 4th guy.
I might bring in Ritter instead of throwing this kid out there. Throw him to the Wolves.
All right, one more.
All right.
We can do the Broncos, guys. It's fine. Don't feel bad.
No, yeah, I was just looking at the room. Like, is there one we're missing? That would be my play, and I know Paul agrees.
Yeah,
just do it.
Yeah, I've got that plugged in.
Don't care. It's all good. I sat in the chair last night. I'll sit in it again Sunday.
Dude. And that was a rocking chair winner when you sat in the chair. You had +6, closes 8.5. Never in doubt. They go right down the field.
Some people have always said CLV is a myth. I don't think that's true, but sometimes it is.
Thanks, GRP.
Imagine if you laid, like, there were some people that laid Rams -4 on that game and lost outright.
Wow. A myth? I mean, it's a real thing, but
I know.
Yeah.
It definitely matters. Don't tell Spanky CLV's a myth.
Oh, he'll go off on you?
That's all that matters to him is beating the line. All that matters.
Where's Kelly on that? I feel like I've heard her be pro on both sides of that, right? Or she makes fun of herself when she gets CLV and she ends up losing anyways.
Yeah, we can ask her. Put her on the hot seat next week.
I also want to ask her I forgot about the college football pool because it's the same situation. Same thing. It's like 1,200 out of 1,600 are still alive, and it was going to be so much more challenging picking 2 teams a week and narrowing down the conferences that you were going to make your selections for. So let's set up more contests. You in on Touchdown Survivor? She explained it to you yesterday.
Absolutely not.
All right, Paul. Well, let's start with Sam. Lightning bets we have not talked about this week. We broke down all the games. I think we talked about all the college plays. Anything else you want to throw out there? Could be baseball or something you haven't mentioned.
I like Chiefs -3. Good luck to all of you on Trevor Lawrence on Monday night. I understand it, but yeah, all right. Again, Paul, you're sitting there Monday night, you got the TV on, and then you hear da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, and you're going to be sitting there with your Jags ticket, hating life. You know it. So I'll go Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just going to say this out loud. The Jaguars beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Never happening.
I only see 1-3 left out there at the blue book. That's it.
I would lay the 3. I thought Circa was still at 3, but could be wrong there. Maybe it moved. I'm joining Paul on Bama. On Wednesday, I was Vandy, and I realized on Thursday I was wrong. I apologize, Paul. You're good looking. I'm not. Vandy coughing.
Okay.
What'd you say? 44-2.
I'm gonna adjust that because I don't think Bama's getting taken a safety unless it's at the very end of the game. Let's say 44-10. 44-10.
That would cover 10.5. And Commanders +3. Let's do it. Ship it. There you go.
Love the Commanders play. That's strong. What else have I not talked about? I like Denver. We're getting 4s now. There's a 4.5. How far is this thing going to climb? I'm surprised by that with all the sharp money that's coming in on Denver. I agree with that. So I'm going to wait on that, but I will be betting Denver at some point. We mentioned Washington. I like the Tampa Bay side. Also Buffalo. Talked about that. I'm getting close on Jets. I don't know. Maybe that's a teaser play because I don't want to regret that one. Maybe a contest play there. So that's where I'm looking for NFL. For college, I think we nailed it. We covered it all. I'm biggest on Penn State. Miami, Florida State. I'm going to be on the over in that one. And baseball, Dodgers -120 against the Phillies. Love that series price there. And let's see. I do like the Cubs over the Brewers. Cubs as a short dog. The slightest of dogs there as far as series prices go. So that makes sense to me. All right, Paul, what do you have?
Mentioned Bama, Commanders, Broncos. One other college play, Wisconsin. Yeah, they're off by.
Really?
They've scored. No, I'm not betting Wisconsin.
Oh, I was going to say, their offense can't do anything.
On that point, first half points this season, 17. If you take out the grand total of 14 they scored against Middle Tennessee State, 3 first half points this season. Skunked against Bama, skunked against Maryland, Michigan, first half -9.5 against Wisconsin.
Paul, you going to bet Texas?
I think I am. At 4.5? Yeah.
That Bama
like
Texas money line parlay -120.
I like that.
BetMGM.
Yep.
That's a good one. I like that.
Joe, you could do that with your Dodgers with your free bet. You get like 8-1.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, parlay it?
Mm-hmm.
Dodgers and Alabama and Texas. BetMGM just really structured very nicely right now on the app. Plus 740.
Flagged.
Kicked
Don't
out.
want your
Banned.
business.
Yeah.
Not paying you.
Yep. Pretty much. All right, that's everything, right, Paul?
Yeah. Baseball Jake. What do we got?
I think I've talked myself into the Tigers for the series, so I'm going to do that. And I've talked myself into that. And then
The World
Dodgers in Game
Series?
1. How is it not?
The World Series or just the series?
Series against the Mariners, not World Series. I'm not going that far. I still think it's just going to be the
Jake,
Dodgers.
3
But for the
years
series
ago-
against the
3
Mariners.
years
Sorry.
ago, you
Sorry.
were saying Tigers. Come on.
My bad. That was a bait and switch on my end. I'm sorry.
The Hawk was giving him crap for like 2 years, too.
For so
Yeah,
long.
about this Tigers bet. Yeah.
Because she looked at her bets and would just see Tigers for like 6 months because Jake said it one day. Now they're legit chance, and he's out on that. All right. This has been Bet Sweats. Check us out Sunday morning all over the network. BetMGM Game Day and You Better You Bet Countdown to kick off. Best of luck this weekend right here. This has been the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.